Alright, alright, alright. Hello, one and all, and welcome back, potentially, for the last time, to Sunless Skies. For we don't have a lot left that I want to do. We have our ambition. We need to go to the Avid Horizon for that. We have the Chamberlain's absence, which I do want to tidy up on. And then we have some other just loose odds and ends here there. Like, those are the two main ones I want to tackle. But we do have some other loose ends. The Lost Passage, which I'm not sure how easy that'd be to do. This one, which I have no clue. This one, which would take time. But basically, we don't have a whole lot left. I do want to go back and do this. And in the same process, we might see about the Lost Passage. We might just see. Much as I dislike the idea of going back to the Blue Kingdom, it is something we can attempt to do before running off, more or less. So, I'm gonna give it a try. See how things go on that front. Only one way to find out, really. Only one way to find out. So, let us dive back in. For last time, we did complete quite a bit, including Trader's Grove, where we spent a year and a day serving some ancient power, and having just everything go wonky as a result. Like, the balance of the reach changed and all that. But we definitely made good progress on our ambition last time, and we're within shot of completing it this time around. So, there's only one thing for it. Let us head towards Death's Door. We'll do this once we get back to there. Because, let's be fair, there's actually not much in the way of what this is actually asking for. Amusingly enough, and I looked up because I just couldn't parse what the text means, and now I feel silly on the matter, I'll just say. But we just needed Visions of the Heavens and 50 Terror. That wound up being the bigger issue, because I've been managing my terror, honestly, pretty well, I'd like to think. Do we have 7 consignments of Bronzewood? No, we have 6. Okay. So yeah, let's see what we can do. Let us see what we can do by heading through the relay. Now, I will say, considering there's not a whole lot of lots left to do, well, suffice to say, if we kind of end up with a shorter stream, then so be it. That might just be what happens. And say the V on that regards. What I will do is I'll show a little bit about how going to a new captain works, because I'm sure it will be something that just gets shown. Because that's usually the lead-off, and we have been kind of dancing around it because I have been accepting deaths this time around. I've wanted to not be set back, and, well, we would have. A lot. And I wanted to actually make progress on things. So, we shall do what we need to do here. Just do what we need to do to tidy things up before we head on off. For now, for one last time, back into the Blue Kingdom. Oop. And whoosh. Hello, Cybershot. Always a pleasure to see you. Space trains indeed. For how long will be the interesting question, because we don't have a whole lot. We don't have a whole lot we need to do left in this game. But we shall do what we can, and if it winds up being short, then so be it, really. It is how it is. But I definitely feel like we're finishing up tonight. I've been looking over in a general sense of what I want to do, and there's not a whole lot left, really. There is not a whole lot left. Which is why I'm tackling one deal, which involves Death's Door. We haven't done the Long Passage. We can certainly try to do it at least. Honestly, I don't recall whatever is needed for the Long Passage or any of Death's Door stuff. Let's as distracted for a second. The Long Passage, which is a quest we have, with the one we got long ways back from the bleak industrialist to find their lost love. We learned that they were judged, and that we could find them at Death's Door. What we need to do for that, honestly, I don't fully know, really. But the important thing is basically, that's like one of the main things I have left. Turn this in because I can see if I can do this, and then there's the Chamberlain's absence, and whatever else is attached to that, and then it's leaving. But the Truth Ambition will obviously be our final note, for obvious reasons. Because that'll end the game, I'm sure. Here you see you coming at Death's Door. Yes, indeed. The reason I'm very tempted about doing it is because usually Blue Kingdom stuff deals with a lot of bureaucracy nonsense. I'm not sure if it's just gonna suddenly swing and it's like, you're gonna need a different status and do this and that, and I'm just gonna be all, no. No, thank you. God damn it, crocs. Partly because of them. Crocodiles. Make the Anne forgot her whip show come Thursday. Ye gods! The Spearfur engine, I fucking feel you on that one. I fucking feel you on that one. Been there, done that. Despise it all. But yeah, it does mean if we do finish Sunless Skies tonight, which I'm sure we will, but I always leave myself room for doubt, then it'll be a new game next Sunday. And it won't be a Sunless game, because there's only 2 of them at the moment. Maybe I'll show off Mask of the Rose at some point, but it'll have to actually be released for me to do that, so it's gonna be something completely new. Which is gonna feel really weird as far as Sunday slot goes. I'm so used to playing a Sunless game on my Sunless slot. For, like, since I began streaming. It's almost like an end of an era in a sense on that accord. A really weird end of an era. But progress is all that must be done. I'm thinking for the next game potentially. For more visual novel text color. Actually, I have something a little bit different in mind. It's still of this sort of horror-y vibe, at least. I've had this sitting in my backlog for a bit, but I want to play Resident Evil 4 because I've never played a Resident Evil game. So that's the current leading idea of the next game. It's not a horribly long game, but I've never played a Resident Evil game, and I did pick up Resident Evil 4 for very, very cheap. So that's where current plans lead at the moment. It's just the idea of going through Resident Evil 4. Oh, I think it'll be fun. I've never played it. I've watched people play Resident Evil games before, even 4, but my memory of 4 isn't all too great. Yeah, I have not much idea about Resident Evil games. They are basically sort of action-y or horror-y games, shooter deals, with their fair share of puzzles. I know 4 kind of is where the series, I believe, leans a bit more into the action-y side of things, but it's like 1 through 3 is very tank controls, fixed camera angles. Resident Evil 4 is basically over-the-shoulder, third-person sort of style. Just don't know that's right. Okay, yeah, fair. It's a series, alright. I'm answering on 4, but I bought it, and I'm curious as much about it that's my leading plan. It's not a horribly long game, so might last a month or so, but honestly, that's fine, really. But that's where leading theory is. At least we'll be continuing the horror vibe a little bit, although definitely very, very different vibe. Very different vibe. But yeah, we shall see. Till the conclusion, you wrought. You finished one of the Unflower stories on her behalf. A denouncement. The Gardener archivist listens with delight, hanging on to every word. I'm so glad you managed to finish one, she says when you're done, clapping her hands together. Oh, but there's so many more left to conclude. By way of reward, she hands you a bundle of yellowing maps. These maps show the secret pathways of starlight, she tells you in a hushed whisper. Yeah, this just seems like one of those repeatable deals. And yeah, if we go here, same deal. Process of concluding one of the stories. And this one is at Lustrum. Take it along. No guarantees we'll do it. But yeah. Seems like one of those things that just keeps on going on. Alright then. Let us see what death's door awaits. And honestly, see what it entails. And here we are. Alright, I know I've read this before. Basically, people are digging in the mud and all that jazz. Search for the industrialist's lost love. Perhaps you'll be lucky and she hasn't entered the cataflac. On the trail, you trudge up and down the furrows, calling the lost love's name and asking shades if they've seen her. They respond with a shrug. You're forced to pause when you lose a boot in the mire. She's already entered the cataflac, you know, says a voice from below. Rescuing your boot from the mud, you turn to discover a yoked spirit looking up at you from a nearby trench. I heard you calling her name, he says apologetically. I met her a few weeks ago. She found her door and she's in the cataflac now. If you want to follow her, you'll have to dig. Industrial's lost love has already entered the cataflac. You'll have to advance through the tunnels until you find her. Means acquire shovel. Everyone has a door to their death buried somewhere in the mud. The trick is to find it. To find it, one must dig. Well, that answers that then. Trenches. Many of the spirits are digging with their hands, bolstered by the grim patience of the dead. You don't have that kind of time. You drop into one of the trenches that crisscross the churned landscape and walk until you find a yoked spirit with a bundle of shovels thrown across her back. She looks you up and down for a moment, then shakes her head. Voiceless, she drops to one knee, extends a finger, and scrawls shakily in the mud at her feet. Would you abandon your duties, she writes. Only dead or ephemera may dig. In other words, more of this bullshit. Who cares then? Oh, too bad for your lost love. Too bad. So sad. But I'm done. I am just done with goddamn politics. With bureaucracy nonsense. So, too bad. Sucks to be you. Have to leave an unfulfilled promise. Boop. Boop. And do-do-do. Like I was saying, even if it ends up being a bit short, I will show off how a new captain is, how a new captain of more on the same dynasty lineage is chosen, because I might as well show it off. Show how things go when you go from one captain to another, bro. I have absolutely zero time for bureaucratic nonsense. So, goodbye, so long, get wrecked. Man, I have to say though, Persona 5 last night was fun. It was a fun ride. It's going to be a fun ride going through that game. It's going to be a very fun ride going through Persona 5. Persona 5 is a very fun game. So I've heard for the longest, for a while. Like, so I've certainly heard. And considering I enjoyed Persona 4 as much as I did, I definitely had a feeling that I would very much like it. Certainly not wrong so far. Ammo though. I was gonna say, you seem surprised, but you definitely seem surprised by that. That ammo resets at the end of every fight. So what you're saying before, it was like, at the end of it, you only got the ammo for the entire dungeon? Or something along that accord? Yeah, you had to conserve ammo for entire dungeon runs. Yeah. That would definitely be more challenging, but it is fun just to be able to use my gun, just always. It's like, yes, and to start firing. So anyways, I started blasting everything. Now, I can't afford to be too worried about my terror, because we need 50 terror for what we need to do, so... Has to travel to the reach, and off we go. Ah, I see. Someone with a little bit more ammo efficiency. Yeah, it's like 100,000. Yeah, it was only like 100,000, but we certainly get just a chunk of money to start off with. Along with all the accessories that I haven't used because it would feel weird to me. Like, ah yes, all of these just buff accessories that I've given. 2,000,000 yen, $1,000. 100,000 yen. But yeah. Not quite yet. Around this corner. We fly. That slight stutter meant the sounds were off from where it goes, so that was a little weird. But it's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. Ba-da-da. Let's go. Let us go. And not run into things, because that would be awkward. I want to go here, because I do need to keep my terror running up, bemusedly enough. I mean, there's probably ways to generate it at sight. I think I remember there are definitely ways to raise your terror at the mausoleum. I can probably make use of that for whatever else I might have going on. Basically means we want to just beeline for the mausoleum without managing things. Well, I've gained myself a bunch of terror. Because I failed a 92% check because I didn't want to lower my terror. You lead the boarding party into the groaning hole. You'll need to be quick. It sounds like it could tear itself apart at any moment. Insulated in your sky suit, lamp held high, you lead them towards... the captain's quarters. Captains often keep their most unusual discoveries to themselves. You turn the cabin upside down, taking personal effects and keepsakes. Perhaps there's something useful among them. No sooner are you back aboard that the wreck breaks apart, spilling its remaining contents in the sky. It's only then that a head count reveals you're one short. Meh. There's something I won't miss. It's missing very easy checks like that. Far RNG is a bitch. Ba-da-da-da. Off we go to the mausoleum. Honestly, I almost half wonder if I couldn't have finished this last week, but gods, I was tired by the end of that, so. Sorry, bleak industrialist. But I have no time to do your deal. Report as I can. And thus, might as well. We'll lose some terror going through here, but we should be generally good. Alright, customs. First class. Lose a lot of terror. And off we go. Right. Then gods, I remember. The Ministry of Horology. We do want to check, that's one of the things we wanted to check before we end. Make sure I don't forget that. Ministry of Horology. We need to check because we have been promoted to being a horologist. A full-on horologist. But mausoleum first. Because potentially docking at London, and by proxy the Ministries because it's considered London area, it could reduce my terror by even further. And we don't want that. But yes, want to check in our job at the clock place. Because yes, we have worked quite hard to do so. And we might as well make sure our job with the clocks is relatively complete before we flee the Neath entirely. Just over there. Avid Horizon is just over there. Let us tidy up our odds and ends. And then our odds some more. Not hit anything anymore. Do that too much. I say as I take a hand off the controls because I'm drinking water, and thus am just tempting fate to the extreme. Minus resound. Yeah. Cut that corner a little too close, but it's fine. You're on a straight route. Our terror needs work done, but like I said, there should be means of increasing our terror there at the mausoleum. I'm pretty sure I remember insofar as much. And into station. So, don't attend a funeral, that reduces deals. We'll just do this for the sake of it. Contemplate the dead sun will give us a vision of the heavens and some terror. And there is some extra added dialogue to this. The conquest of heaven. Smoke still rises from the sun's smoldering core. The wound that slew it is clearly visible. A great rent torn in one side. Star stuff, long since cooled to the color of coal, spills into the sky. It is said that when Her Majesty entered Albion, she slew the sun with an experimental weapon, an unclear bomb. Then she claimed the sun's throne and dominion. Leaving the remains here is a clear message. Not even the suns are above the Empire's reach. Of course, you know better. That we do know better. Now, if we do this, yeah, there we go. We get terror from reading through this. And we can just keep on gaining terror until the thing I've so obviously missed. The walls part. A beam of moonlight breaks through. A gorgeously swollen moon hangs in the sky above. After the stale heart of the crypt, the cool air is a blessed relief. A moonlit procession. The ceiling vanishes. The walls part like the curtains of a stage. A path of silver light unfurls from the moon above. A solemn procession marches down the moonlight road toward you. Most of the white-robed figures are barehanded, but one thrusts a blade of black iron overhead. Another reverently holds up a stone goblet. For you, who have seen things both wondrous and terrible, says the cupbearer, laying the cup carefully at your feet, choose to live beneath the light and mourn. Then she is gone. The vault closes back around you, more oppressive than ever. Alright, did you ever end up unlocking a secret ambition? That's what I'm working on right here. That is this event, this thread that I'm poking at. Tears fallen, you've lost one vision of the heavens, you've gained 1,000 experience. You are slipping further and further into a world that no longer exists. An ichor-stained journal. The visions sweep away like dust before a roaring wind, leaving you back in the mausoleum. Yeah, that way you'll have a reason to return to the game. Yes, indeed. I'll be done with this that I'm doing here on stream, but this will always be here, present. That's why I wanted to unlock it now before I end it, because yes, then there will be other things for me personally. You reacquaint yourself with the scab-modded walls, the stained floor. A leather-bound book is sitting carefully propped up only a few feet from you. Examine the book. How did you miss this before? The Chamberlain's Journal. From the name scrawled on the inlay in erratic handwriting, it appears to be the dismal Chamberlain's Journal. The rest is written in code. You have to examine it while you're aboard the engine. With nothing else demanding your attention in the vault, you begin the long, torturous journey back up thousands of narrow steps to the nave. Gather 3 sky stories to begin translating the journal's code. I think we can do that. The Chamberlain's Journal merits further study. Gather 3 sky stories, and you'll work on translating the code while you travel. Alright, if you know what to do that. Some pained glass. One to deal with the deathless, the Queen's good servant, the engraved mourner has recently put a halt to a proposed fourth window in the upper gallery. It was intended to depict her renewed majesty thundering through Albion on a chariot embezzled with the colors of an empire. The mourner puts a stop to it on grounds of good taste. He now has a lot of glass on his hands. Our next step seems to be to go and investigate the journal we just picked up upon our engine. Although, where is what I need to figure the fuck out? I'll be honest, I don't know. Think upon your eyes to look. Maybe it's something just sitting around here or whatnot. No, it isn't. Gather 3 stories, and you work on translating the code while you travel. Okay, that would be it. I need to travel. Traveling around the speed of train. Let's see here. 2073. 46. And then 74. Also, sorry, 83. We'll go irons. Might be the last one we do, but we will go irons. It says while travel, so... Ow. Yeah, so I can only but presume it's, yep, just a random event that pops up. Studying the Chamberlain's Journal. The journal is a frustrating document, written in both terrible handwriting and a near impenetrable code. Much of what you can painstakingly decipher is meaningless without context. Scattered phrases like chimeric moonlight, a golden day, and death in amber. Most of all, the same phrase, again and again. The Martyr King's Cup. You study it through the night. It seems to offer no clue to the Chamberlain's whereabouts, but you feel on the verge of some other tantalizing realization. A partial translation is achieved. You can only translate fragments of the journal, mostly through trial and error. It takes hours. The Martyr King's Cup. From the scraps you can decipher, you gather that the central subject is something called the Martyr King's Cup, which reputedly holds the key to immortality. Why one of the deathless would need such an object, you couldn't speculate. The Chamberlain was apparently obsessed with the cup. He declares a total commitment to finding it, even if it means abandoning his prestigious role at the mausoleum. The Chamberlain has become a quester for the Martyr King's Cup and abandoned his duties. Return to the mausoleum and inform them of the dismal Chamberlain's dismal fate. You've been granted a glimpse of silver. Ah. Gotta fucking hate when you lose a sneeze like that. That was on the verge of happening too, and then it's like, nah. Whoa, the immortality indeed. From the grave mourner of the Chamberlain's fate, he became a quester for the Martyr King's Cup and abandoned his role at the mausoleum. Immortal sneeze. No, that's just an immoral sneeze. How dare it not actually sneeze. Ugh. A fate sealed. The mourner's tone is grim. Yes, we knew. The Chamberlain was always preoccupied by the deepest vaults. Too many visitors have gone down there and come back with strange ideas in their heads. He hands you a sheaf of documents, maps from his office, with his notes. They may prove useful. I am giving them to you because the alternative is to burn them. As you turn to leave, he raises a polished finger. Before you go, a warning. Fortunately for you, you have not chosen to seek the cup. But you should ensure that the journal is destroyed. It can only lead others astray. He discovered the fate of the dismal Chamberlain and relayed it to the engraved mourner. One unlicensed chart, a savage secret, 2500 experience. Nice. You have not been chosen. Not your decision to seek it, you get chosen. Don't worry, it's fine on that accord. Specialist Narem never sought no cup. The only thing she ever sought was her friend. And she has her friend, and intends to escape away with her. So yes, indeed, she is fine with that conclusion, because that is not what she was ever seeking. Also, if I do say so myself, that was a fantastic shot I just made. Not chosen. Not chosen, and the missing word was important contextuality. Ah, true. Fair enough, fair enough. Stupid foot pods. My brain and skipping words. Not a surprise, really. Ah. But I still definitely stand by my point. The only thing Specialist Rem ever sought was her friend. Nothing more, nothing less. And if I had to take a guess, that... Yep, is it completed. So we really don't have a whole lot. Okay then. Oh, thank you. I have places to be. Like I said, I have places to be. You taking offense that I repaired off of your brethren? Because it seems very petty. And also you should not know that I didn't leave any survivors. Dreadnought just chugging along too. There's another thing I sort of want to do as well, and that's kind of buffer the sun back up again. My best bets, honestly, are, well... no. Got, like, work orders and such I can just plop away at. Whatever port reports I have, too. But we shall see. I do want to strengthen up this sun a little bit. Get back to work. Ministry Bonder. This is fine. I have no contraband and do not intend to do any smuggling at the moment. Really now? I have never, ever seen a weft of time so close to London. I have never seen one of those literally within the confines of London. That's actually kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy. I'm actually surprised about that. The sun is faltering. Me either, but it makes sense, but I've never seen it, so it surprises me. Usually I see them on the outside borders of Albion. Let's get the sun back up. Let us replenish the sun. It was faded. It is now dulled. We need some more deliveries to make 2 munitions. That I can do. And I can do this as well. The state of the clockwork sun. Yep, there's a little bit more strength. Excellent. One of the clerks will see to your fee. Make sure the minister hears of your good work. Replenish the sun. Because, I don't know, maybe that replenishing the sun will be a good smokescreen to our escape. That's what I'm counting on. A special assignment. The chief horologist looks almost pleased to see you. Ah, horologist, you're back. Good, I have an interesting one for you. Alright, we still have a little bit to do. We have clocks to do. We are that. Port Prosper. Port Prosper, specialist. A fine place to retire, provided one has wealth and the house suspended in. The royal horologist clucks. Unfortunately, an operation smuggling falsely franked hours has taken root there. Would send an inspector, but few of them are qualified for rough work. In your little sideline as captain, however, I doubt you are so easily deterred. There we go. See how much we can finish with clocks. This is the last assignment. That would be pretty cool, because this is the furthest I've gotten in all the Office of the Horology stuff as well. I've been doing my damnness to try to rank up in it, despite the game spiting me every step of the way. First things first, let's get the sun back a little bit back up to par before we go back through there. Because, well, why wouldn't I? I mean, I worked hard to get that sun to stay maintained, and then I spent a year off and everything went to fuckery town, so I'll do what I can to get it back up. Enough tea to fuel the sun. Glass door already. Oh, nothing to really worry about that. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. This is another one that it can appear there, so like that, like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 2 of each of the ones I know about, which means, or at least that I can remember about, which means what's gonna pop up is one that I don't remember, because that would figure. Let's be real here, that would figure. Let's get you back up to par, son. Get you all nice and shining and bright because you deserve it. You weird, poisoning abomination of clockwork, but I've committed to the matter. Alright, somebody. Ashton, take this away. Carefully. Ah, yeah, there we go. There's one of them I didn't remember. I suppose there's this one. Good old 7274-F. The F stands for, well, not like Infer. He reads from the order. Live specimen of celestial fauna, brackets 1, close brackets, must be in rude health and of intermediate dispensation. So, he snaps his leadership. Best of luck with that one. Alright, I need a cage catch. Or to change it, but I'm pretty sure I can get it. I'm pretty sure I have some cage catches. Just sitting around. Speed up. By the time I speed up, I need to slow down again. Back her in, and there we go. Hi, there's another type of deal that I didn't remember. Cage catches! Put 2 of them in. More munitions. Put 2 more in. Back to the Office of Works. To pump out as many as we can. Hello, Dreadnoughts. How's it going? I'm doing London's official business, I'm sure. Right up against that wall. And in we go. A ravenous delivery. A pair of laborers maneuvered the catch into its new pen, their hands trembling as you recount tales of its ferocity. The foreman shakes his head. God knows what they want this one for. Stop asking questions after someone gave me an answer once. He shudders and pays you. That's one way to get them to stop. It's like, I no longer want to answer questions now that I've been given an answer. 2 rolls of thirsty bombazine and 2 specimens. Initiative. I admire that. Oh, and again. Initiative. He continues to admire that. And again. Oh well. We do have the sun pretty bright again. And we should be getting HML Tricky Huntsman. That's a love tab there. Again, saying we should be able to get it up more by helping with the horologist stuff. So, I shall pack her all the way, restock my stuff, and we shall head to Port Prosper. Because the clocks must run on time. Going there, you go in there, and you go in my hold. Excellent. I'm back. Fair enough. You do what you need to do. Or I'm certainly not stopping you. I'm just here doing my own thing. And whoosh. Our terror is still in a slightly uncomfortable-ish position, but should reduce technically with going through that deal. If but by a little bit. Here, and then we go around. Nursery 12. We have nothing to do with urchin kids. We already have one on board, we don't need any more. Alright, slow down, turn, and thankfully Port Prosper is just right on the other side of this. Thankfully. Have some money, I suppose. Enjoy. Customs, nothing to declare. And first class. Tear fell, only by a little bit, but it did fall. And off we go. Very briefly, back here. Because we have something to do at Port Prosper again. And it's all about them clocks. Not the smoothest, but I'm in. Reduce that by a little bit. We might as well do this here since we're here. Take tea with the ladies who brunch and get a fuck ton of books. And now investigate the rogue hours trade. Someone has established an unlicensed hour loom. Sentences cut down to mere clauses. You find the unlicensed loom easily enough. A local criminal has tired of bribing local magistrates to get his thug's sentences reduced. Instead, he spends pockets of hours and smuggles them into the prison. So their incarceration speeds by. Sabotage the loom. When they're not looking, you strike. Cut a deal with the criminal. It's all good business, or they should think. Stay out of it. They're rough sorts. Leave them to their illicit time. Sabotage. The guards by the loom are no match for your soft tread and abrupt violence. A ball of whiskey, your least good handkerchief, and the application of flame sends the whole thing somewhere past perdition. Ah, good old Molotov cocktail. Potentially before the time that Molotov cocktails would have actually been a thing. But who's counting? Anarchism in my Sunless skies? Plenty likely. Plenty likely. We are out in fucking space on space trains, after all. The constable soon arrived to mop up the remaining hoods. Your assignment is over. Return to London for another. You've gained 10 of the strength of the sun. New total, 96 serene. 25 sovereigns gained, and you've been promoted to Adept Horologist. Ooh, Adept Horologist. I'm a horologist, that's Adept. Haha! I do wonder how far this goes. It's like, there's rankings, and they're rankings, and they get better each time, so I have to wonder, how much? How far can I go with this? And the answer is, we're finding out. It's like, one of the big things I wanted to do is just find out how far exactly I can take our... well, take our career as a horologist, you know, before we flee to Neath. And by then, we should be an expert at clocks. Like, oh yes, I know my clocks. Then someone's digital clocks, and I'm like, oh, but not those ones. Not those ones in the slightest bit. Good day. Let us go. Let us go. As we've upset our useless cat. Knows how to deal with it. Ah, excellent, the glorious dreadnoughts are back. I love the glorious dreadnoughts. There's no chance, to my knowledge, that they can be infested with guests, and thus I am happy with their presence. I don't have to worry about them. Hello, good sir. Is there actually more clock business? So I'll be kind of shocked just how much of it there is, but that's what we are here to find out. Well, I might look up to see if there is a limit. Or the depth horologist. Certainly feels like we've gotten to a certain extent with it already. That works. A new assignment. Ah, Depth Horologist, you're back. Good. I trust you're ready for your next assignment. Carillon. Okay, let's see. Let us see. Is there a limit to this place? Not the Office of Works, but this one. World. Prosper. Ah, hello. Hello, Starborn Striker. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Welcome in. I hope your evening has been a wonderful one so far. I hope you have certainly been having a good one. Yeah, I am finishing off at Sunless Skies tonight. Been lurking, wanted to say hey. It's been going well. That is fair. I do not mind when people lurk either, because I do plenty of lurking when I watch streams as well, so there is certainly no faulting people for that. But I'm glad you said hi, I'm glad for your lurking, and I am very, very glad that all seems to be going well for you. So, I am glad that is indeed the case. That was all the special assignments, I believe. Maybe I've done special assignments in all deals. So that might actually generally be the case, and the rest is just repeating things. Oh yeah, I've done a good job on the horologist. Doing a good job with the clocks. But just gonna make one more check on matters. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. Although I can apparently go... go up further in ranks, actually. There actually are more ranks. There are 1, 2, 3 more ranks. 3 more ranks, and is there anything for getting the last one? Or not? Might not be. But oh well. Oh well, oh well, oh well. It is fine. You got pretty high up there. Don't want this dinosaur deals. Alright then. So with that out of the way, let us go to the Avid Horizon and see what we need to set up our base there. Quarters, Ronald's office. Alrighty then. Let us see. Let us see what awaits us for our ambition. Our ambition to get the fuck out of Dodge. You know, the best ambition. Running the fuck away. Yatata. So let us go, and then go around. And go up, actually. Up seems like a quicker route, assuming that's not blocked by, like, an asteroid. But assuming that not being the case, and assuming that that is a clear path, then this is the route we want to go. The quicker route. Although, plenty of asteroids for us to have to dodge. Try not to run into those. That'd be a very, very immensely awkward, to say the least. Yeah, I really didn't have a whole lot left to go. I went a little bit too close there. It's fine. At least I don't have aggro on the guest. Goes to Scott in bed now because he's not feeling well, but he wanted me to say hey from him and that he was lurking before he went to bed. I appreciate that, and do let Ghost know that I do hope they feel a lot better. I'm glad they were able to get a little. They felt up to a little bit of streaming earlier when I hopped in with them, but hopefully they get good and plenty rest and well on the road to recovery. They deserve as much. As they definitely did sound a bit of sick earlier. So yeah, wish him well for me. When it's convenient, of course. And I definitely hope he gets a good, plentiful rest. 'Cause, being sick sucks. Well, he's been feeling a bit run down this weekend. Yeah, so it seemed like. So it has seemed like indeed. It certainly happens to everybody. At some point or another. You returned. Welcome back, Cybershot. Not a whole lot. I just bounced to Port Prosper, did the clock thing, bounced back, and now heading to the Avid Horizon. Because nothing ever goes wrong at the Avid Horizon. Nothing. Nothing at all. Perfectly peaceful place. A wonderful place, with no horrors whatsoever. Supplies. Once again, we shall read the description of the Avid Horizon, because it is oh so appropriate at the time being. 2 vast winged statues guard the Avid Horizon, the door through which Londoners passed from the Neath into the wilderness. It does not open. A wood mooring post has been hammered into the ice before the watchers. It is a gesture towards a tradition from before the wilderness, from a sunless sea, when the condemned could beg for forgiveness on the most distant shore. Ambition. Establish a base at the foot of the gate. I'll stay at the base and get things underway, while you gather anything else we'll need, the earnest mariner suggests. Better be safe, but it's a good plan, because we have the Chodai collection, and 3 supplies. Base camp, huh? It takes several trips to row your supplies and materials over. The earnest mariner establishes a small camp between the clawed toes of one of the great cloaked statues that flank the gate. Lest the fire that follows should find it more difficult to reach me here, surrounded by a sea, she says, hopefully. You tell her to be careful regardless. Hey, that I did. Take the necessary steps to open the avid horizon. Your old friend will use the information gleaned from the Chodai collection to find a way to open the avid horizon. Learn how to deal with the Watcher on the left. Learn how to deal with the Watcher on the right. Your old friend leaves your engine to begin her work. Lost 3 supply, gain 500 experience. Alright then. Here's what we need to do, apparently. Find a way to blind the Watcher on the left. Your friend frowns upon it from her papers and her calculations and her workbench. It is stubborn. They can't be reasoned with. It must be blinded. We need 2 condemned experiments and 7 casks of Naventine gemstones. So 2 condemned experiments, which we thankfully have. And 7 Naventine gemstones. Casts of Naventine gemstones. Hope you remember where you sell them, or got some in the bank. I do remember where they're sold, yes. If we really needed to get more, I think our quickest route is... I think we jump through to Lutheria and then drop it down to the House of Rod and Chains, I believe, would be our best bet there. Then, but hopefully we have some in the bank. We'll see. And here, find a way to bribe the Watcher on the right. The earnest mariner has been studying it. It's begun to doubt its purpose. It wonders about other futures. In other words, it can be bribed. We need 1 searing enigma. And... accidentally going through here. 7 selections of immaculate souls. 7 selections of immaculate souls. Alright. 2 vast winged shapes, the Watchers, guard the avid horizon. From the Jorai collection, you have learned that the gate between them is law made substance. While the Watchers watch, the law is enforced, and the gate remains closed. The earnest mariner has constructed a modest research camp here, and is working on ways to suppress the Watcher's sight. We only need a moment, she says. 1 moment of distraction. Return to your locomotive. You promise your friend you will return as soon as you can. That we shall. I'll just note, I didn't even stop with auto moving. It continued after I got out of the cutscene, and I just zoomed in a circle. But here we go. Here's our list of things that we need. I should reduce my terror some. Most Serene Mausoleum is my best bet at that current moment. So find it so weird your Avid Horizon is there. Well, it's not our Avid Horizon, but it's certainly the other side of the Avid Horizon. Because the other part of the Avid Horizon is certainly still in the Neath. That's why we can use it. It's just basically two sides of the gates of the portal. And both are just named the Avid Horizon because, well... Oh, that's what you mean. Mine was all the way up north. Ah, okay, I get what you mean now. It's amusing, actually, that... I think I've only ever remembered seeing the Avid Horizon here. Here in the far west. And I tend to have floating parliament always up in my north. I know it can vary. The station and the port's in such an angle is weird. Yeah, I'm sure. Oh yeah, it doesn't start on the... It's like... As long as you're still in your same lineage, it changes, but I'm pretty sure it is all random. Hi, Resurrectionist. But I'm pretty sure they all are random. Your parliament was west. Ah. Yeah, it is on the outer circle, so it will be of some rotation around here, but yeah. I've definitely always wound up with my parliament north and my Avid Horizon west. Amusingly enough. Rest and recover. Get some terror reduction while we can. Because we're here, damn it. Hey, a condemned experiment, and oh god, guess. Clockwork Sun and, yeah, the Royal Society. Then my mausoleum was northeast or something. I see, interesting. Always interesting how different things can be. It's... I'm not sure how it varies between... Oh, fuck off. About to leave, Wasteway. Don't worry about me. And now look what you made me do. Made me run into things. How dare you? Yeah, I'm not sure how the variety in this game varies between the variety in Sunless Sea, but I definitely know how the rotational stuff goes in this game. How things are definitely bound to... Certain things appear in an inner circle, other things appear in basically an inner ring and an outer ring. And they'll always be generally along those lines. That one's for that one, and that one's for this. We will do this, which we'll just read out because I don't know if I remember if I've done this or not. Deliver uncanny specimens to get access to the upper gallery. The tree registrar will accept diverse meats in lieu of monetary donations. It is customary to leave offerings at the tomb, which are cleared away the next day. The tree register gives you a vibrant smile. Your specimens are placed in a safe under the registrar's desk, which is swiftly locked. This smile never falters. You are led to the chapel where the prince consort is housed. Crowds throng around the tomb, leaning over the sturdy iron railings for a better look. You are directed to a balcony up a small spiral stair. From your elevated position above the crowds, you can make out the serene features of the prince's effigy. gazing up from his tomb as though at the stars. You can also make out a little door just behind the tomb, locked and barred. Yeah, we've been there. Yeah, I can do that as well. This one seems to have just bumped me up a huge good chunk, but that was effectively my backup if this hadn't done a whole lot. Ah, excellent. I can just buy some books because I'm here. Sure, why not? You may gain 5 ministry-approved literature. Clearly has his eyes on the Chamberlain's poems and ballads. Let's win this that I lost last time. A fierce contest. The bidding is fierce. The deathless are patient. You hold your nerve. The Cardinal insists that half of the volumes are composed of dreary Wordsworth alone. But you will not be deterred. Even the most magisterial and cunning of the deathless are forced to concede in the relentlessness of your bidding. You leave lighter in pockets, but with armfuls of literature, and, blissfully, not a word of it is Wordsworth. And lost a favor with them. That's fine. There we go. Alright, to London, to see if we have what we need to deal with the Watchers. No, we don't. Okay, just want to make sure. And let us go. Try to haul everything, which means we need 14 slots, which, I mean, I know I just stocked up on things, but we do have 15 loads of literature in our hold at the moment, and we can easily put those in the bank. And we'll be putting those in the bank. I like how the game's only... By the way, I like how the game's only asking for, that the game's only asking for one Syrian Enigma, which is generally considered a rare item, and we have like 12 Syrian Enigmas. We've gotten a lot of Syrian Enigmas for all the shit we've completed. So much. Just repair my hole, fuck off. Boop. Failure. Failure. Boo-hum. Nature's Lament. You open a barred door to find a frozen cabin. The windows have been shattered, exposing it to the heavens cold in an attempt to preserve a set of cadavers. Too young, too older. Perhaps a family? A set of bell jars filled with murky oil contained organs. Well, at least I didn't lose crew. By the way, we might as well have full crew. Just because it amused me. Who knows, we may need 17 people exactly. Then I just stare at the game going, really? As I need to check back for one crew member, so let's not do that. And preempt matters. We probably won't need it. He's not asking you for captivating treasures. Well, I mean, about that, it wouldn't be that huge of a deal even if it was asking me for captivating treasures. I have 3 of them. whether the game was gonna ask me for captivating treasures, royal dispensations, crimson promises, I'd be good. The fuck, if it required me an indulgence, I'd have one of those too. Haha. Basically, I have my means. It's the fun perks of having completed so much storylines. I've gotten a lot of good stuff. And I'm about to, and I'd be willing to sacrifice it all to get the hell out of Dodge. God damn it. Did not know that counted. Hold up. Get rid of that last supplies. We'll just do this because we can. Go to the bank. Drop off all of these. Okay, we're good. We are good. We have 7 casts of Navatine gemstones and 7 selections of immaculate souls. Excellent, let's get that supply-wise. And stock up the rest on fuel. Perfect. Let us go. So we want to head up and around. We did. We needed 7 selections of Immaculate Souls to bribe the Watcher on the right. That, along with the Syrian Enigma. We do need to blind both Watchers, I believe. That's what makes sense in my head. But, I mean, we'll see. Like, I'm pretty sure we need to deal with both. That's what seems right to me. During Dreadnought, HML Antivillian. Fun against that Starmat Explorer. Cheers! Here we go, folks. We just need but a moment to slip through. But just one moment. We may well be out of here. This still being here is mildly awkward. I'll just say that insofar as much. See if we can't skirt around the edges a bit. Speaking of which, there's the edges. Hello, Storm. How's it going? Being your normal stormy self? Of course you are. Of course you are. For that is what you are, in fact. Back to the cold of the avid horizon. place behind, few come here. And that's what we're counting on. That is indeed what we are counting on. That bell noise. Ah, that bell noise. Find a way to bribe the Watcher on the right. Irresistible. You speculate on the nature of the intelligence that is resident in the gargantuan winged statue. What might such a being want? A being that has stood, unmoving and vigilant, for millennia. The earnest mariner's theory is that it served the suns. It wants what its masters had. The suns crave and collect souls, for reasons of their own. Would the Watcher know what to do with them? It doesn't matter. The wanting is enough. You assemble a collection of souls that would make a sun burn green with envy. You are prepared to deal with the Watcher on the right. 2,000 experience. And now, to blind the Watcher on the left. Hidden fires. It is said that Navarrete gemstones are the sparks that fell from the Forge's souls in those days when it thundered with a new life. They adorn the mantles of suns. Earthly kings have gone to war to possess a single stone. No harder materials known in all the sky. Together, you develop a process to crack them like eggs. When each one splits open, the spark that spills out is as bright and sharp as a needle in the eye. When you have perfected the process, the earnest mariner looks over at the hoard of huge stones that you've concealed behind a tarpaulin. I'd better get to work. When it's time to act, she will be ready. One last upgrade to our stats. Help your friend prepare her device. We need to do one of these options. Interesting. But yes, let's do this first because I'm sure this leads into that. Help your friend prepare her device. Remember when I said I was ready for a lot of things? Yeah, hi, Royal Dispensation. The earnest mariner has been constructing a machine that is half science and half speculation. It combines valves and pistons with sigils and secrets. One last leap. The souls go into an alembic on one side of the device. The narrative sparks go into a casket on the other. Between them, a magical lantern projects kaleidoscopic sigils onto the door between the Watchers. Sigils of forced parting, of denial and defiance, of unbidden passage. Where the sigils fall, the door gleams with frost. The earnest mariner looks haggard. She's taken to drinking a concoction of her own invention to help her focus on her present task and scatter her thoughts on other matters that might draw the fire that follows. Now her task is nearly complete. Only luck has kept the fire away so far. How long will it last? There is a problem, she says bleakly. All the Watchers' attention is set on the door. They have none to spare for us. For this, she kicks the device. Unless they attend to it, just for an instant, we can't bribe them, and we can't blind them. You need something to attract the Watchers' attention. Take the necessary steps to open the Avid Horizon. Gain 2,000 experience. And here are two options. You could prepare an invocation to the burrow below. Legend has it that during the beginning of things, The burrow below dug tunnels through the sky. She retains the right to demand passage. If she spoke, the Watchers would listen. If you were to do this, you would need 7 barrels of unseasoned hours, and you must gain the burrow's attention, but not its wrath. Guess what we've had for millennia? The burrow's wrath. We've had the burrow's wrath for millennia. But luckily, there is this other option. Provide a royal dispensation. Once, the Watcher served the King of Hours. The King is dead now, but perhaps a gift from another regent would be enough to divert their attention for the moment you need. You only need to do one of these options, and for this, we just need 1 royal dispensation. We have 4 of them. Let us go. Final preparations. The earnest mariner burns the dispensation in a copper bowl and pours the ashes into a spherical receptacle deep in the recessions of her contraption. Then she immediately smothers the flame with an air of constrained panic. She is sure she has seen blue fires dancing on the sea recently. Is it exhaustion, or has the fire that follows found a way to reach her? She tightens a nut, adjusts a dial, exhales into a glass jar and examines the patterns that form on the misted glass, then steps back. "We're done," she says, tugging at the long glove she wears to conceal the secrets burned on her arms. "Can we go?" Open the Avid Horizon. You've lost 1 royal dispensation. You've gained 2,000 experience. No more we can do here. And this is it. Indeed, we are here. Hey, hey, Apple. Welcome in, Apple. It is a pleasure to see you. I hope all is going well for you. We are about to complete this captain's story and travel beyond the Avid Horizon. The earnest mariner has constructed an elaborate mechanism, half science, half superstition, to open the way. "Shall we knock?" she asks. This will complete this captain's story. Yep, you're doing well. Ah, and you just made it to Endwalker. Awesome, awesome. I hope you enjoyed the Shadowbringers ride, because the Shadowbringers ride, included in its post 5.0 content, is a trip and a half. And B, I really hope you enjoy Endwalker, because that's also going to be a trip and a half for you. Enjoy the experience. It's a good one. I loved it. Excellent. Then you're very much gonna love Endwalker too. Have fun. Also, knocking on the Avid Horizon is generally not considered a good idea. It's generally considered a very bad idea. But what's the worst that could happen? We're just being chased by the judgments of the stars themselves. Hey, that's 2 trips and a half. That's 3 trips. Yeah, pretty much. Knock at the gate, just like that cat. The starveling cat. It's gone on its way to eat your hat. Nobody likes that. Let's go. This will complete this captain's story. The Neath. Oh, I love hearing that say the Neath. The sooner you return to the Neath, the sooner you will be beyond the reach of the fire that follows, and the courtesy, and the sun's secrets. Your friend activates her device. It emits a tone like the ringing of a huge crystal bell. A shiver runs through the gates. You feel the Watcher's attention shift from the gate to the device, passing over you like the stifling pressure of a storm front. there's an eruption of light. 7 possible colors, and 7 impossible ones. The never-ending hues of the hollow gemstones, the luminous sheens of your offering of souls, the gloom of the quiet sea is set ablaze. The door, the earnest mariner cries. You look. Its valves are turning. Its ice shatters. The doors shudder and part. Just a sliver. A crack in the sky. And beyond it, a place of cool, comforting gloom. A cavern of improbable vastness. A subterranean sea. Settlements strewn like pearls along its water-lapped shores and lonely islands. A flock of bats, rustling through the windless airs. A starless place. A secret place. The Neath. Home. The earnest mariner breathes. She takes your hand. You step through the door, and from the sky, into somewhere deep, and dark, and marvelous. Your legacy has gained an heirloom, a terrible secret. And so, that is completing this path of the truth ambition, at least. And now you will notice how your legacy pass on. We completed our ambition, and something awaits you. Your legacy. You donate your Corrigan, Altani-class Outrider, to your chosen successor. You hope they can handle it. Your fellow academics will ensure the next captain in your lineage receives the benefits of some of the discoveries you made. Your Bohemian friends are eager to meet your successor. They have gifts. Your establishment associates will not forget you. They promise to keep an eye on your inheritor and pass along some of the favors you earned. After subtracting their fee, Hallige's bank arranges your successor's inheritance. Hey, Necto. I just passed through the Avid Horizon. You donate your now slightly faded chart. With your assistance, your successor will start out stronger and wiser than you did. Perhaps one day they will even surpass you. And thus, here's what we receive for our next legacy. Which, we're so early in this stream, I might as well poke around a bit in this next legacy. Because why not? I want to play more. We'll maybe be making a certain decision, I will just say, as far as ambitions. And so you'll notice, we do indeed inherit our train. And we inherit the various bits that we have on it. All our various equipment that we have equipped goes with it. Because of our establishment stuff, time for secret ambition, might as well work on it. Locked though? It should be. I completed the Martyr Cups stuff at the mausoleum, so it should be. This various text right here basically means we inherit a selection of our searing enigmas, our captivating treasures, our royal dispensations, and our cryptic benefactors. And this right here, the money, means we have inherited half our sovereigns. We fill in some of our charts, and our experience puts us at level 16 to start. Continue. And now, we are back here to create our captain. Street urchin, soldier, poet, academic, priest, sailor, Ministry Auditor, Revolutionary. Now, I kind of want high iron hearts and academics, so we have a bit here, but I think for this one, I hope it got unlocked. No kidding, I hope so. I did what it should be all the right things. Should be. We'll see in a moment. This captain, will have them be a soldier. Yours was not a reason why. Yours was but to do and die. You'll begin with a high iron, the skill of confronting and overcoming. And here are our choices. You were a soldier. You served in Her Majesty's military. But how exactly? In the Royal Horse Guards, you served in the Blues, conducting labyrinthine ceremonial duties and defending Her Majesty's person. Increases your hearts. In the commissariat, an army marches on its stomach. You had to find supplies by whatever means necessary. Increases your fails, or the one I'll probably go with, in the Corps of Royal Engineers. You were a sapper, a mechanic, an architect, an inventor. All while shells fell and bullets flew. Increases your mirrors. Ho 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 ho! There it is. And thus, we have unlocked this one. This new one. The Martyr King's Cup. There are legends of a chalice that grants eternal life. Such an idea is impossible to ignore. Your predecessor spoke occasionally of the Chamberlain's Journal and the Martyr King's Cup. Ever since you heard those stories, your dreams have been bathed in moonlight. There it is indeed. Beware. This ambition can be failed. Ooh. If you fail, you will be able to choose another ambition to pursue. A future captain may succeed. That is different. Generally, there isn't a way to fail your ambition. Apparently, except for here. Or is that the only one? I always like that long coat. Although now I can't see the chin, but that's fine. I can just do that. Term of address. Don't muck up. I don't even know what I'm doing, so no promises. And no promises I even complete this. I'm just gonna see what it entails for the bit of journey that we do. Just to pass some time. Oh man, is that a helmet? That looks like a helmet. Hides the hair a little bit, though, but hair that doesn't hide much in it. Ah, okay. There we go. Fuck it up hard. Potentially, that may well be the case. We'll go with Neath. Archivist, Principal, Administrator, Secretary, Intendant, Nurse, Comrade, Brother, Sister, Reverend, Madame, Sir, Citizen, Captain, My Lord, My Lady, Specialist, Doctor, Professor, Officer. Go with Officer. You're a soldier in the Corps of Royal Engineers, and the Martyr's Cup awaits. Here are our stats. They're nothing impressive. That'll change in just a moment. And where do we appear? Immediately intake faucets. I'll note, as a soldier, gained 75 reputation, the Tackities, 25 reputation, the Windward Company. Might be translated over stuff, but... or it could be just what it is. Faucets to take, 15. Yeah. Heaven's Wrath will be so useful. Not. 25 iron, 70 mirrors, 10 hearts, 10 veils, 1 cold, 1 lightness, 1 affiliation establishment. That's where we've started as a soldier in the Corps of Royal Engineers. Cold and lightness. You always start with some sort of flaw to yourself. Let's see what we get. Aha! New stuff, new stuff. A battlefield. Hold the line, your orders said. So you fought and bled on a foreign field, far from home. Shells drummed the broken earth. Bullets whistled and bayonets clashed. Screams sang out. When silence fell, how did the day end? Do you remember how many stats we needed for equipment? Usually it's a margin of 65. Usually. So 65 hearts, irons, mirrors are kind of minimum levels. Veils we had at least at 45, and I think that was for our cargo hold. So that's our minimum, I believe. How did the day end? It could have been in defeat. Concealed among the dead, you were spared. On your return to London, you found few had even heard of the battle. London does not discuss its defeats. That be irons, veils, and establishment villains. Or in victory. Returning to London, you were paraded as exemplars of British pluck. A music hall song was even written about the battle. The events described were not familiar. Irons, hearts, and affiliation of Bohemia. Next! Also love... Scarred feels like it makes sense, although I don't think either of them have to do with that. Although, we can do it like that because this would probably be fitting. You came close that day to death. It left its mark. What was it that nearly killed you? An attempt on your life. There is a bullet scar beside your heart. You've learned since to be more judicious in your choice of friends. We'll have it as that for this captain. They've had a different one for the other. And hey, there's another one of the new ones. An esteemed predecessor. An earlier captain in your lineage is held in high regard. This is unlocked because another captain preceded you. Some of your predecessors' shine rubbed off on you. It opened doors. Expensive doors with bright brass knockers and servants to answer them. Where did those doors lead? Either to the parlors of the privileged, where you drank tea and glasses of port, and ate delicate triangular sandwiches, but had to endure their endless questions about your forebear. Or to the halls of Academe, where it was determined you should make something of yourself and, who knows, perhaps even follow in the illustrious footsteps of your forebear. We do need some more hearts as well, so we'll do it like that. Also because they were a little bit privileged. They had a lot of affiliation establishment going for them at the end of my run. Next. Okay, streets. Steam and soot. Okay, even more irons. So I'm at the engine yards watching locomotives being built. Learning how engines worked. We did do this before, but it does fit with someone who was a royal engineer. We'll do that to get a bit more irons. We're effectively sorting out our irons at the moment. I'll just say that insofar as much. Okay, clearly. Hearts and mirrors. Hearts and mirrors would do me well. Another lost love. Remains in the other, like a gnawing ache, a hole in the heart. You feel always that something is missing. In the middle of other things, you look up and around, and remember that they will never be there. Already at 45 irons. Yeah, welcome to just starting off with 15 faucets. And we need at least 65, I believe. Spiritford? A promise of day. Spiritford is different. Let's see here. Spiritford. Once upon a time, someone took your soul. He drew it out of your mouth with a delicate silver fork. Spiritford, the unlicensed trade in souls, is a blight on London. Yours was a fortunate case, and you managed to recover your soul some years later. But how? Through a deal with the devil, all itinerant souls eventually find themselves in the possession of Hell's children. Devils do not traditionally part with souls, but you were very clever or very persuasive. Or, by blind chance, you happen across your soul at a jumble sale, and curdling in a chipped wine bottle. At least, you are fairly sure it's yours. It gets us to 50 irons. Let's see here. Promise of days. In toil. We did that before, but... So that's an option. Sounds is a thing. Black sheep would, well, boost up our irons by even more. But this time, we could have them resent us for our failures. What a disappointment you were, and how often and lengthily they informed you of it. But the things that mattered to them were unimportant to you. You would find your own path. That's 55 irons. Family footsteps. Yeah, we do need hearts. So, their virtues. The pretty people say, well, perhaps. Keen observer and learn quickly. That'll give us some more mirrors, and actually put our mirrors at a 5 value. And raise our hearts by more. 0 fucking shields. For now. I will need it. I will need it at some point. You know, like this one, for example. A spell in prison. The judge, stony face, condemned you to New Newgate, the stalactite prison of old London. Its dark was thick as tar. Its cells were small as pantries. How did you spend your days there? You could be better wolf than lamb, like a robber king. Or you served your time quietly. You notched each dismal day onto the cell wall. You steered clear of the monsters and the meek they preyed upon. You dreamed of the day of your release. Ah. The blockade of New Winchester and a metamorphosis. And an interlude in Rango. This one's the metamorphosis. Can no longer be the person you were. Well, this one is our irons checks. Which one's this one? The blockade of New Winchester. This does seem fitting for a soldier, so... You fought in the greatest battle of the Winchester War, when the regional governor, appointed by Her Majesty, was driven from the Reach. The independent Tacketies besieged the port. The loyalist stovepipes hoped to hold out until reinforcements led by the Imperial Dreadnought, Her Majesty's displeasure, could arrive. Which side did you fight on? Could be the Tacketies. You were part of the blockade, hunting for engines trying to supply the defenders, and scouting for the inevitable reinforcements from London. Or the Stovepipes. You braved the blockade, secretly running supplies to the beleaguered troops. It was not enough to turn the tide. Some more veils in there. Hey! A secret of the stars. Someone in your lineage learned something they should never have known. You unlocked this by completing the Truth ambition. Yet Crimson Promise or Syrian Enigma indeed. Hints of a secret that the stars hide have been whispered to you. Shepherd your thoughts. Pursue the knowledge no further than this. The stars are dying. You could have sought no further. You swore yourself to silence and built a sanctuary of ignorance. Some truths are too terrible to countenance. Yes, we don't have any Crimson Promises. That is a very good point. And you ask more questions, till you learn the fate of the captain who learned the whole secret. Then you stopped asking questions, and learned to watch for the fire that follows. Probably because we didn't have any villainy establishments at the time, but for this captain, they sought no further, and instead sought... well, we sought out a different secret we probably shouldn't have. What is this one? A kinship with rats? London's rats are persistent and ingenious. They are not well-spoken, but they are at least spoken. They are also marvelously skilled engineers. I'm just curious about this one. More irons would be a little bit overkill, but I am curious about this one. The relationship between humans and rats have always been fraught. The plague, exterminators, that ill-conceived cricket league in '86. So why do the rats accept you? One of these things is not like the other. Ah yes, relationships have always been fraught. The plague, exterminators, the cricket league of '86. Don't question it. You suspect you were their mascot. You were always very kind. Sometimes they left you little squares of cheese. A professional respect, they admired the determination with which you wielded a spanner, the firm twist of your screwdriver, your comprehensive knowledge of pistons and gauges. That one would fit. One would fit this character. We also do need mirrors, though. Mirrors and hearts. We're a bit shy on. Because you cheat. Because you never back down. Also, fairly fitting. We have 3 more to work with. There's the rats again. Let's see here. Scandal and pestilence, or metamorphosis. It's irons of veils. We need mirrors and hearts, is what we really need. Although we do need to bump up to another tick of that as well. So, pestilence, like the illness, turn into glass. We have it in our lungs, we would bump over the little bit we need to 65, and could continue onwards with other deals. So, hearts and mirrors, scandal, dangerous to know. It would be a parade of debauchery. Absinthe, wantonness, more absinthe, brawling, gambling, blasphemy, and slander. Absinthe and prisoner's honey. Prisoner's honey alone. Prisoner's honey in company. This is a vice. Is there a vice you haven't explored? It's possible. There are only so many hours in the day. And our final one. Mirrors and hearts. Correspondent. Posty does do his best. That would at least put us to the 45 thresholds of mirrors and hearts. And thus it would be to your pen pals. Obtain a web of friends across the heavens with whom you share your news, your thoughts, and your well wishes. So that puts us at our irons requirement that we do have, and needing hearts and mirrors. And so we need to account for what we can do. That is one of them. This is another. This is not quite yet. Neither is that. And neither is our Heart of Heavens at the moment. Or our ratty baggage handlers, or that, or that. You'll notice something here, though. You'll notice something here. Recruit the carrying conductor. The carrying conductor is seen merrily away at St. Dominique Station, cheering the spirits of passing skyfarers. The analytical prince, its duty outlasts a captain's death. Recruit the ratty reunion. You've heard of a complement of ratty saboteurs who've settled down in London. And recruit your aunt. A letter was waiting at the station, written in neat, articulated calligraphy and smelling of rosewater. Basically, if you complete an officer's story, they do continue on, as in the way that you left them. So, we still have the officers as they were completed as. If they aren't completed, they stay normal. If they are, though, like this, well, they are present. And so we can do, say, like this. He has a sign announcing his credentials. I don't just sing, you know, he tells anyone who will listen. I'm an excellent first officer. Ask any crew who've served under me. Wouldn't be recruiting from here. You're also starting in London instead of the Reach. Yes, you are correct. The other difference that might as well get to it now. They are recruited in different locations, and we have indeed started in a different location as well. Basically, you'd be recruiting them from other places. But This is only 100 sovereigns of our inheritance. Invite him to join your crew. He is content in himself and would be a calming presence for the crew. A new friend. The caring conductor beams. Wonderful. I cannot tell you, Captain, how sick I was getting of singing. Come along now. Let's get me introduced to your crew. He slaps you on the back. We're going to get on famously. I can tell. Determined to be at our side. The ratty reunion, also only 100 sovereigns. Once they traveled with the former captain in your lineage, perhaps they'd be willing to sign to do so again. Alert the local barkeep as to your interest. They'll pass on the message soon enough. This will get you chief engineers, who will increase your hearts by 10, and your affiliation establishment by 2. Old faces, new, straining jackets. A plump rat bearing an impossible number of scars meets you at the station. Her expensive frock coat bulges with weaponry, and her eyes are bright. Heard you're looking for a crew. As it happens, we're looking for work. She sniffs as she inspects your engines. Looking very posh. Suppose we are too these days. She grins. But not so posh we don't need to earn our keep. Let me introduce you to the lads. Number similarly well-fed rats introduce themselves. They insult each other in a manner that might provoke armed conflict in the Reach, but is taken in stride here. Well, come on then, Captain, Cinder says, interrupting. Show us the new digs. Ratty reunion will work on your locomotive. Now, your aunt is an interesting one that we can't immediately capitalize on, because your aunt... A letter was waiting at the station, written in neat articulate calligraphy, and smelling of rosewater. It's for you. You need a savage secret. They will help me get it, for whom I can get. Because officers are important for your stats. It invites you to meet her. Make sure you're not followed. Instead of money for the aunt at the moment, we would need a savage secret, which we don't have because we didn't inherit any of those. The analytical princess, on the other hand, it smiles. Another first officer increases mirrors by 10, academe by 2, only 100 sovereigns. Skin in the game. Ugh. The princess Slog's skin still cocoons the suitor. The strained lips beam as they walk silently aboard, happy to serve. The princess does not take the money. Have they forgotten already? It smiles. Yeah. So, hearts. Hearts. Boop. And... boop. It smiles. Oh god, it's the creepy smiles. So, that allows us to equip the Watchers in Azure and the Wrath of Heaven. And as you'll notice, a lot of things have reset, but a lot of things have stayed the same, including everything in our inventory. In our bank, rather. Anything in your bank, you keep. And so we shall troll through our items and figure out what we can hold in the meantime. Most toxic emotes. And to compromise for our setup for not being able to equip these ones, I believe what we want is the Intrepid Cavi, the Wit and Vinegar Winch and Pulley, and, yeah, the pressure canning system. You'd think based upon this, I had planned all this. I did not plan all this. So, let's get some more cargo space, and some more cargo space. And our scouts, who shall be the Cavi for the time being. And for other things, we need 45 veils and 65 mirrors. And 65 mirrors. But we have an option, at least. We have this here. We'll need to buy fuel. Strength of the sun is still high. Literature for the cut? Oh yeah, we have some good prospects just immediately off the bat. So, 5 of those, 3 of those. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a way to get a start on the cash flow. Not that we're doing bad on that, but we will need little bits and pieces more. So we shall. And put a couple of these supplies back because I accidentally grabbed too many out of there, and there we go. Hull's a bit damaged because it doesn't count for the new deals there, but we do effectively have a good amount of our setup. May change your setup based upon your high iron. Yeah, I could. This is effectively the best-ish trade-off, I would say. Do you need the time jack? I have a couple of time jacks in my bank. I might as well stick one in since that's a fair point. We're in London. We might as well have it in case we come across a weft. It won't hurt. So, as you'll notice, we now have a plus 20 in that. Here's our stats. At current, the fortunes of the Tackities are highly in their favor, and our reputation with the Tackities is surprisingly high. Oh. Say hi to things I didn't know carried over, or didn't remember carried over to, to your next lineage. Hi, the waste waif and the burrow below are still displeased with and angry with me. Go figure. Go bloody fucking figure. Damn you, sky gods! Damn you! And now, things that stay as well. You can't do the Orpheon again. Whatever you achieve with the Orpheon, it is on that. If you complete it, you complete it. The clock stays finished, and Mr. Menagerie stays put in New Winchester. And the Tackity's answer is still there because the Liberator is out in the world. Technically, they damn you. You're not wrong there, but I also damn them because why the hell not? They're displeased at me as is. It might as well be a mutual damning. I say, humorously enough. You will find the unfindable, even if it means breaking the sky in two. Collect your inheritance from your predecessor at one of the 3 major ports: New Winchester, London, or Pan. Something I realized, the mausoleum is still west-southwest for me. I think the mausoleum is still in the same location for me. The Clockwork Sun is south-southeast. I have the same locations for both of those? Huh. What do you know? So we still have a good train. We don't need to worry about that. Chart is the same. Okay. Okay, then. I didn't know if that reset or not. I guess it doesn't. Ambition. Collect your inheritance. It's thinking same for the lineage. Okay, okay. I didn't know if it reset or not. It was one of those few things I didn't remember about because this isn't a deal that I fully explored. I mean, I did it once, but got a lineage further than one deal, but that was so long ago. I definitely didn't remember what translated or what didn't. In their will, your predecessor bequeathed you one final item, crucial to your search for the Martyr King's cup. The lawyer's office is so cramped that her desk fits snugly from wall to wall. Her route of escape is not visible. Perhaps some kind of secret hatch, or perhaps she simply eats and sleeps in her chair. Your final endowment, she says, carefully pulling a brown parcel from her bottom drawer. The testador was most insistent that this item be bequeathed separately. Open the package. You pull at the knot with trembling hands. An ichor-stained journal. Tearing apart the wrapping paper, you reveal a small black notebook. Its front cover stained in unidentifiable reds and golds. This once belonged to the dismal Chamberlain, steward of the Most Serene Mausoleum. Then it belonged to your predecessor. Now it is yours. Its secrets waiting to be unlocked. Every page is written in baffling code. It would be remiss of me if I did not mention, says the lawyer, that along with the journal, the testador enclosed a note requesting that you destroy it. Under no circumstances should you attempt to decipher it. Collect 5 sky stories, and then leave port to decipher the journal. So I want to experience this ambition myself. That is fair. I don't even know how much I'm going to do of this, because honestly, I'm ending Sunless Skies tonight. This will be the last stream of Sunless Skies for any foreseeable future that I can think of, and I'll be moving to a new game next week. But the fact that it's still really early in the stream means I'm just poking at things until I'm at, like, at least a reasonable 4 hours or so. Or whatever I feel up to doing, but yeah. It's gonna be a shorter stream than my long streams, but I wasn't gonna not... I didn't feel like stopping at, like, 2 hours or so. Poking for 4 hours. To be fair, poking for like an hour and a half or so. Overall, at maximum, around maybe like the 4-hour mark, but we're already like 2 hours in once I completed the other deal. Also, I'll be honest, I don't know an efficient way of getting sky stories. To be perfectly frank, I just kind of got a lot of them in the Reach. But, as we will see, possessions don't get much translated over to you. You keep your transit permits. You have your heirloom. And these deals that I got translated over from my various affiliations with Academe, Bohemia, and establishments. And, well, this one I got for, well, yeah. For trying to put a close on my terrible secret, because, oh gods almighty. So yeah, it's like, you get things to basically give you a head start on matters. Yep. There we go. There we go. Yes, indeed. They certainly Albion is the same. You'll notice as well, through your transit relay, it does indeed progress. However, because you are now no longer the founder of the Ulithuria Transit Relay, you have to pay to go through it now. no free rides to Lutheria for your future captains. They just, have to fucking deal with it. They deal with it, and that is pretty much it. I've already hit the side of the station. Good jolly. You'll notice I'm almost at another level up, but yeah. Let's just poke around for a little bit, hour or so. Just enjoy the vibe. Enjoy the vibe of things, because I might well not make a whole lot of progress on. I don't think I'm going to be making much progress on this. It's kind of an establishing point of a beginning new run, so let's just go around, enjoy things. How are y'all's evenings doing? Hopefully they're still going absolutely wonderfully. I have to say, it's like, I have definitely 100% enjoyed Sunless Skies so far. Like, let me see here. I've done... Yeah, this will be the 16th stream of Sunless Skies. I've gone through it in 16 parts, effectively. And, gods, it has been a journey. A really, really, really fun journey going through this game. In comparison, I'll note... Yeah, in comparison, we had about 12 parts of Sunless Sea. So we got about 4 more parts in on Sunless Skies versus Sunless Sea. So, just one of those fun, interesting notes. Off to bed now. Have a wonderful rest of the stream. And thank you so kindly for stopping by, Apple. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful night. Take care and have a good one. Yeah, we got a bit more parts out of Sunless Skies than we did Sunless Sea. I believe the huge difference being I had a lot more experience in Sunless Sea than I had in Sunless Skies, so I knew a bit more what I was doing and could be a fair bit more efficient on our matters. Is definitely the deal there. Also, I don't think I gained experience for discovering anything because, well, I've already discovered them and they're on my charts. So, experience goes up will mostly be through that. Officer Aeronav, enjoy your cameo here on stream, because we'll be getting a full journey of yours, but hey, you appear. You will get a little bit of time. 14 crew members aboard. Ah, is that the minimum for my engine? 12, okay. I have a little buffer. A tiny buffer. Okay, yeah, it was Clockwork Sun. Just making sure. Me? Doubt myself? Always. I'm gonna say you better not be the gas. Makes sense, but you better not be. But yeah, started in London on a future deal like this definitely makes for a very different vibe than the Reach. The sun, the me being horrible at parking for some reason, despite me doing this many, many times. As you can see, everything is restarted. lot of stories just basically resets matters. And so how it is. We don't necessarily have any reasons, of course, to be just starting things over again. Except for experience and potentially stuff like that. Visions of the heavens. I'll buy some munitions, sure. The fun part, though, is starting with all your engine stuff and your bank stuff. It's why, because I hoarded onto stuff, I still have access to every sort of mining, butchery, and assaying, which is a very neat head start on matters. It's a very neat head start. Now here's a question that I'm not sure I've exactly delved into because I haven't tried it for obvious reasons, but if you die, I presume you don't get your... Do you get any of your engine stuff to your next captain? Genuine question on that front. If you die, and it would feel weird if you did, but I wouldn't question mechanical stuff, do you keep your... I feel like you wouldn't keep your engine stuff, but if someone actually knows, think you lose your carried stuff. That would make sense. Because, like, if your end run ran because your engine got destroyed, it would feel really, really weird if suddenly it's like, oh, but yeah, here's your engine back. Here's your train! We somehow salvaged everything despite it being horribly mauled by a curator. Or some shit like that. I'll be honest, I've never continued the lineage off of a failure. You could have star stories. Sky stories, rather. Could indeed. But you never know with these sort of games. There we go. Savage Secrets or Tales of Terror? Savage Secrets would be good, too. Hey! Nice! Long Forgotten Road. The logs detail the engine's travels through long-dead frozen skies. Each day's account is more detailed than the last, until they collapse into an endless paragraph of minuscule observations, obsessive specificality, and incoherence. 2 Savage Secrets. Oh, we'll be making a loop back to London. Yep. Give me that Savage for the aunt. I'll be honest, that was a 48% chance to succeed for the Savage Secrets, apparently. So, we could have likely have gotten a Tale of Terror. I was half expecting to succeed, and the success being the Tale of Terror. And I would not have been surprised by my luck in that regard in the slightest bit. You would have gotten this very, very, very disappointed stare if that had happened. A very disappointed stare if that had happened. Like, you've succeeded beyond the slight unfavorable odds. Have the item you don't want. Bye! The Royal Society. Hello, Royal Society. Fortunately, the aunt gives irons, and we need mirrors, but, it's fine. to expect to get on the aunt immediately. The aunt is the one thing I did remember, and that's that they required more than money and an item you didn't have, which is why I tried to account for things. Failure. It's fine. The item is high quality. Science! Push yourself to the area house. You don't want to do that. Want to do a port reports? And a Clockwork Sun port report, since we are here. Don't worry about that. We can always utilize it if need be. So exhibitation is that. Sovereigns and experience. Just checking. Just checking to make sure there's not anything elsewhere. But I don't believe so. I believe it's shown the first one if it would. But figured I'd look. Alright, and you have more literature. Honestly, I have tons of literature. Let's be fair here. Alright, sell some stuff at the Most Serene Mausoleum. Guess it's not just the main ports that officers can spawn, that the potential officers can spawn on. They can just spawn and just scatter shot at different ports. Not just in Albion, but also in other areas too. Like say, and this is the one I just happen to know offhand because I happened to see it while I was trying to look things up. But say if instead of the clay conductor, the carrying conductor, you had gotten the conductor, you had completed their companion, their copper companion. Instead of appearing there at London for the carrying conductor, you would find the conductor. You could potentially find the conductor with their copper companion at the Forge of Souls, of all places. So, yeah. It can be varied where the officers are, without a doubt. They are in places. Many places. We can snatch the aunt because we don't have any other quartermasters, so bonus irons. And if we happen to run into something else, then well, so be it. Sky stories. Sky stories. Share your food with them. Enjoy an impromptu supper on the bare wooden floors. Trade supplies to reduce terror and gain sky stories. 1 of 5! Yay! It's not the efficient way to do it. But it is a way, since we've run into it. Breaking bread. Your crew enjoy both the Skylark's company and their tall tales of racing Cantinkrai across the sky. As the meal comes to a close, one of the Skylarks sings the ballad of Old Tom, who found a century and hours beneath the slopes of the Mother of Mountains, but squandered every penny it brought him within a year and a day. Oh hey, we know about Old Tom. He's half tree. I don't know where the fuck he could spawn at, but he's half tree. That's where we last left him. Need more supplies. Part of me doesn't want to buy supplies because I know I have a fuck ton sitting around in my bank in London. I forgot to stop the auto. Whoopsie daisies. Yeah, it's like, that was one Sky Story. We need 5 of them. Dear gods. So anyways, hello, Most Serene Mausoleum. How's it handing? Escorted inside. And introduce yourselves. Let's see here. Approach the Deathless. Oh, we can do that. Sure. Gain some terror. Gain a favor with the Deathless. You'll notice one thing that, for obvious reasons, isn't here is, well... yeah. There's no pursuing after the other person. Because there's no need to do so. Tending to funerals here. I do not want to get rid of my one Sky Story, so, for the first time, attend a miser's funeral. The chapel is empty. The corpse lies largely unmourned. Good riddance. The attending priest drones soothingly as the few mourners chatter. They came in hope of a last-minute display of generosity. They leave frustrated and disappointed, if not surprised. More souls. Another vision of the heavens. 200 experience. Sure, I'll buy some of that. We should be able to make our way back there. Take the long way through here because Resurrectionist would be good for repairing. And sometimes around here, I think the tombstones can spawn various different stuff. Just kind of the tombstones floating around items. And maybe Sky Stories is amongst them. I'm here to find out. Speaking of that, go, Cavi, go. Find this stuff for me. And they have indeed found the stuff for me. It was right ahead anyways, but... points for effort. Sky Story. This guy... Oh, you're not a resurrectionist, you're a marauder. I wasn't looking for a marauder. Oh, well, let's get some hours. Get another Sky Story from this thing? Hey! 3 out of 5. That's just lucky. That's just immensely lucky to run into those. Guess it could have been like Tales of Terror or whatnot. Could have easily been Tales of Terror. Hours here, but I don't know if I got barrels of them. You would be correct. We do not have barrels of ours, and that's why we are not favored. but it's fine. We do what we can with the hours we have. Like, have moments of existential dread because of it. Yay! Da-da-da. Back to London we go. As we continue to poke around and see what we do find. Also, if you notice, well, yeah. We don't have the second option anymore because we weren't the ones that were intimate with them. And they just have their dialogue from before. Of just doing minor things with them. Yes, indeed. There's no more intimate time with the conductor because this isn't the correct one. It's something to keep in mind. Effectively, once you've completed this stories of an officer and continue on the lineage, I don't believe they incomplete. So, they are how they are. And if you want to explore different sides of the story, you'll need just a fresh new captain. But this is a good way to complete other ambitions. Pick up the job from the hours office. I will work on that. Going over there after this. As describing the aunt first. Your aunt's great work. Your aunt meets you in a smoky pub back room. She's a formidable lady of advanced years. I'm an excellent quartermaster. My references are impeccable, and my facility with a cipher commendable. My work requires me to travel for a time. She smiles brightly. We'll be best of friends, I'm sure. She begins to gather her things. I'm sure we're related, somehow. Would you care for a scone before we go? She's extracted gossip from you before she is even boarded. This woman is skilled. We now have our spymaster aunt. She is our only quartermaster at the moment, so she gets just stuck in. She still has her segment and all that. Oh, that's what I accidentally did. We want to go to the bank. Boop, 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 boop. Go in as so. Check the bazaar. More literature for the Clockwork Sun and munitions for Parliament. So 3 and 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Buy more fuel, and off we go. Oh wait, we should probably cap off on crew members. Yeah, so we're overkilling irons, unfortunately. Yeah, it'll help with checks, but as far as gear requirements, it is unfortunate. It's certainly unfortunate in the respects of I wasn't actually expecting to get the aunt, because I was not actually expecting to get Savage Secrets so goddamn quickly. But we did. Weirdly enough, we did. So we'll just have to deal with it. Alright, couple more crew. Other zones to grab more officers. Yes, that is indeed a potential route we could go. I don't know exactly where I'd go for places, So, we are just poke around matters. Oh, posture check. And hydrates, and insert self-care hours. Appreciate it. Ugh. Ow. Ah. The amusing prospect of I can still relatively keep track of what's going on in my game even if I stretch this way, because then I'm looking at my monitor that is ever so conveniently faced this way, and that has a copy feed of things going on. And you'll note, if you go here, well, it is all reset. The clocks have reset. So, I believe for wefts of time stuff, you need to encounter a weft of time, and that will then open up the options to talk to the horological office about it. Caged catch and Tale of Terror. We don't have Tales of Terrors. And so... pop in some of those. More strength of the sun. And Minister's Gratitude and all that. Yeah, exactly. We are new, so we have to do things all over again. Critic Benefactor, Perdurance. Speaking of new, things we don't have anymore, Ministry's stamped permits. Let's snag one. While we're here and all. So basically, it's like, you could more or less very much stack your bank full of supplies and items, and it will help immensely if you decided to do so. But there are definitely things like that, sky stories, those other sort of possessions, where you still very, very, very much need to just reacquire those deals. So, while it can make your ambition easier, you still need things that you need to reacquire for your ambition stuff. Ba-ba-da-da. To Parliament we go and kill whatever we cross in our way, because, yeah. We'll check Brabazon Work World. See if there's... well, see if there's anything, if there's any officer just sitting around here. And then we check Parliament. Just see if there's any officer sitting around there. Then sell our stuff. Like I said, I don't know where lineage captains, officers rather, spawn. But clearly a few of them are just chilling in London, which is mighty convenient. Mighty convenient indeed. That's a fun thing. If we do run into another Hearts officer, we can change to the Mirrors one. As much as I hate the idea of changing to the Analytical Princess. Ugh. There's a few at each main town. Probably, yes. Let's get one old crew member. This is all here as it was. Yep, okay. Not surprised about this one. Brabazon would be a bit weird. But I wasn't about to count it out either. Away we go. Aha. Now. But yeah, if nothing else, what this does give a good vibe for is not only how the lineage things go forward, but also the fact that it's just the general vibe of how a new start goes in terms of progressing your lineage, and it definitely goes back to being a bit on the slow side of things. You do have access to a lot more things than you would, but there is definitely a lot of resource rebuilding that you would need to do, especially depending upon how you left things with your previous captain before moving forward. But that's all part of the story, Cantankerite. Ah, damn. I was hoping to be a Cantankerite who was just lamenting their fates. Unfortunately, we got a Cantankerite that we just pulverized. How unfortunate. I could gain supplies. Let's just go for some sovereigns and move on. Disappointed that this wasn't the Cantankerite who could give us sky stories. Alas. I wonder if the circus resets. I'm sure the circus does reset. It's like, I remember getting sky stories from the circus, but, well. It's likely reset because a new game. Port report. The People's Perpetual Protest. We'll just join it because we can. And Sky Story! Waste of time. Just seeing if any of these gives any sort of stories. Nope, just this sort of deal. Just the same old, same old. Now let's sell some of our munitions, get a moment of inspiration, and tea. Get all that tea. It's just tea. So yeah, we might as well check out the Reach. There's no harm in doing so. Just check out the Reach, see if there's any officers at the main deal, and all that business. What makes you happy? What does make you happy? The Cybershot? Look at my troubleshooter page and just showing a bunch of friend activity on someone who just started playing the game. The news that you have caught another victim in the web. Fair enough. The giant has fallen. Hello, Ben. You've seen better days, but you keep on ticking on. Godspeed. Also, that's a tombstone. Is there something over there? I have to investigate every potential loot source that I can, because there's items that we need to. Bats! Bats from London, from Big Ben. Hey, hey, hey! Sky Story number 5. And here we have it. Studying the Chamberlain's Journey. The journal is a fascinating but frustrating document, written in both terrible handwriting and a near impenetrable code. Much of what you can painstakingly decipher is meaningless, without context. Scattered phrases like chimeric moonlight, a golden day, and death in amber. Most of all, the same alluring phrase again and again. The Martyr King's Cup. You study it through the night. You feel on the verge of a tantalizing realization. Suddenly, it all starts to make sense. Near total exhaustion brings with it a kind of hysterical lucidity. Bleary-eyed, you begin making notes. The Martyr King's Cup. Equipment piles up around you. Rulers, magnifying glasses, protractors. A crucial part of the Chamberlain's code is the size of the letters and the distance between them. This is the key, though entire sections of the journal are written in red herring gibberish. The central subject is something called the Martyr King's Cup, which holds the key to immortality. Though why one of the Deathless would need such an object, you couldn't speculate. He writes that to find the cup, one must first speak to the unseen queen, who has been exiled to nowhere. Despite this, she can apparently also be found in the junk heaps below London. Ambition, the Martyr King's Cup. Search for the unseen queen in the world beneath London. With the journal finally cracked, you sit back, bleary-eyed. You realize that you've been working for almost 2 days without food or sleep. Attend breakfast with your crew. You can hear the clatter of the crew getting out of bed. Bacon is sizzling. Kettles are whistling. Your stomach demands action. Don't question wherever the hell we got bacon here in the high wilderness. Probably best not to know. That can't be right. As you walk to the kitchen, you notice moonlight streaming through the open window. Something about this should be odd, but you can't quite pinpoint what. You peer out, breathing in the crisp evening air. You're greeted by the sight of sweeping forests, looming mountains, the twinkling lights of a village. No, there's nothing unusual here. You duck your head back inside and continue making your way to the banquet hall. A banquet. Oh gods. As you enter the dining hall, your companions roar with approval and make your way for you to sit. The victuals more than meet expectations. Ox tongues, stuffed campans, stewed eels. A servant prepares to light candles, but you wave him off. The moonlight filtering through the window is more than bright enough. This is a grand occasion, and for good reason. You are about to announce the beginning of your quest. Speak with the incognito princess. She's not precisely in disguise, and you're not sure to which throne she's heir, but she certainly acts like she owns the place. Speak with the extremely small squires. Where would you be without a cadre of youthful knights in training? Shame they chew on the furniture, but we were all young once. Joined at the feast by your extremely small squires. The extremely small squires. The squires really are remarkably small. You stare at them for a moment. One of them waves a very small hand indeed. odd. You order them to run along and attend to the horses. They cheerfully ask, "What horses?" Perhaps it's time you sought out new squires. These ones are broken. Already going mad, already going mad. I see that we are already going mad. With the incognito princess, I worry about this one. Hey, we're briefly without terror! Yay! Wait, this is weird. Incognito princess, you bow for the princess and swear a solemn oath to die protecting her if necessary. Well, I'm finally getting the respect I deserve, she says, though she sounds oddly disappointed. Briefly without terror. Discuss the matter of the quest. Enough pleasantries, down to business. The quest begins. Dev's going insane. You don't say! You don't say! What clued you in? The fact that we somehow did not gain terror upon interacting with the incognito princess? That's insanity on its own regard. Of course, you tell your companions you will face trials as you seek the Martyr King's cup, but you command the finest band of knights ever assembled. They cheer. You rise to your feet, brandishing your sword. In the name of Albion and the day that was lost, you vow that you will find the cup. You plunge your blade into the table. You expect another cheer, but you are greeted only by a nervous cough. Looking up, you see the baffled, familiar faces of your officers. You're not holding a sword, but a butter knife. It's been slammed a good 4 inches into the oak. You're slipping further and further into a world that no longer exists. Hi, welcome to Insanity. I'll be your conductor for the little bit of time we have left. Narem, this is Aeroneth. She's clearly seen better days. Better sanity. You know what this gives me vibes of, and I hate that it gives me vibes. Time for me to go to sleep. Good luck with your sanity. Thank you so kindly, thank you so kindly, Starborn, for stopping by and lurking and such. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you have a good one, and I hope Ghost has a good one as well. I hope they're resting soundly at the time being. Take care. Hope to see you another time. Have a good one. Ah, fuck. Oh, well. Beep. 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 It's fine if it's in character. I would need a repair anyways. Actually, honestly, considering this is asking us to go to London, before we leave, we probably should just head to London. Beneath London? Beneath London. It's the only London that I know about. For some reason I was hearing weird noises. I don't know by what. Probably something horrible and trying to kill us. Probably. That should be good for the time being. Glad we're getting a little tiny taste of the Martyr King's Cup. Yeah, one could say I could stream more Sunless Skies and do this and such, but Tintinabulation. Dear God, that's a mouthful of a name of a ship. But yes, it's like, I feel like the whole going out and back to the Neath is a very fitting ending, and I'm very satisfied with it. I'm just doing this because I want to poke at for a little bit more than 2 hours. just a little bit. Ah, more bumbling for the mausoleum. 3 rolls. Okay. 1, 2, 3. We have the same foundation that we had last time. Let's do that. Let's do that. And let us see. Ambition under London. You descend to the deepest reaches of London, below even the shrouded slums. This dim realm is called Under London, and like most under things, it is not mentioned in polite company. Only the most desperate scavengers venture into Under London. Here, the city's rubbish collects in heaps the size of hills. The city's refuse falls like unpleasant, unrelenting rain. Yeah. Search London's undercarriage for valuables. Sometimes an item of some value can fall between the cracks and end up lost in London's churning junkyards. Or, oh hey look, another savage secret. Aha! Search amid the detritus for this so-called unseen queen. Ugh. Where to begin? A discovery. After a few hours of searching, you come across a curious sight. A section of the rubbish heap has been assiduously cleared and flattened. The pieces of rubbish that remain seem to have been carefully chosen for aesthetic reasons. Piping, wire, scrap metal, and assembled into something approaching a throne. And sitting in the throne, a faded old portrait. Ambition, the Unseen Queen. Amid the rubbish heaps, space has been cleared for a throne of scrap metal and broken wood. Atop the throne sits a faded portrait. The frame is silver-painted wood. It depicts a noblewoman sitting before an open window, hands folded neatly in her lap. Over her shoulder shines a crescent moon. The face has been furiously scratched out. I would prefer not to be seen like this, says the Unseen Queen mournfully. Her voice is melodious, ethereal, and comes from nowhere. You know, this reminds me of the carnival place. After a fashion, yes. The other thing it reminds me of, if nothing else but for the insanity factor involved, it reminds me of Fallen London, and specifically Fallen London's pursuit of the North. A very self-destructive route that you could inflict upon your character. This insanity reminds me a little bit of such. Also, it's not the only moonlight that I associate with insanity. See here. Ask her about her true name. Except for her voice, she's just a painting. Unless, of course, she is under the light of a non-existent moon. What exactly is she? Ask about the Martyr King's cup. You know the dismal Chamberlain was seeking it, and that it grants immortality. But what exactly is it? Ask the Queen for help finding the cup. When you ask, the rats cease to scurry, and the flies no longer buzz. The Queen's portrait sits silently on her rusted throne. Kneel and inspect the rats. They scurry around the Queen's throne with an air of serene purpose. Ask why you're having such trouble holding on to reality. Whenever you pursue the cup, you find yourself bombarded with constant visions of knights and castles, and mournful moonlit fields. Can we just discuss everything here? Like, I almost worry because it says, ah yes, you can fail this one. It's like, oh dear. That is worrisome indeed. Do. Okay. And just ask around. True nature. What exactly is she? The Queen's confession. I'm a queen, she asks, by right and by law, but I am currently diminished. There are not many ways I can manifest in this world, except through the dreams of my questers. As I said, I would prefer you not see me this way. Much prefer to speak to you in my proper throne room, surrounded by laughter and light. You are a little closer to regaining your grip on reality, and it might be argued, sanity. Kneel and inspect the rats. The Queen's courtiers. As you kneel, the rodents form a semicircle around you. One of them squeaks, runs a little away, then runs back and squeaks again. Finally, you relent and follow it between several mounds of rubbish. It stops beside the small corpse of some unidentifiable creature that looks like a cross between worm and crab. Whatever it is, you've never seen it anywhere else. Might be a monster unique to London's undercarriage. Probably best to take it back to the engine for study. Oh good, an uncanny specimen. Ask why you're having such trouble holding on to reality. The slippery truth. You're having trouble holding on to the truth, you tell the Queen. Does she know why? What do you mean, she asks. Every time you pursue the cup, the world itself seems to change beneath your feet. You are transported to a bizarre alternate reality, a place where the impossible is real. Tell me about this dream world. Place where Wait. It's a place where engines roar through the skies, and the stars are alive, and devils walk the streets in human guise. And while you're there, you even forget that you're a knight. A silvery laugh. Forget these foolish dreams, dear quester. Discard them at every opportunity. You are seeing what really ought to be. You are slipping further and further into a world that no longer exists. Yeah, sure. This is fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. Something isn't right. beset by a nagging feeling that the world is false. But then again, everything looks ethereal under the moonlight. Hi, you wanna know why this option's here again? The unseen queen's throne room is a ceaseless bustle of activity. Servants attend her every whim. Courtiers bombard her with antidotes and wait in suspense for her laughter. Stewards bring her petitions and scrolls. She waved them all away as soon as the herald announced your arrival, but they soon creep back around her. Hi, something here is different. Something here isn't right. We don't have the mirrors for this, and you know what? It's all fine and dandy. Because we now have the quality visions in silver. Ask about the Martyr King's cup. You know the Dismal Chamberlain was seeking it, and that it grants immortality. But what exactly is it? Hesitation. The Queen hesitates, clasping her hands under her chin. I have spoken to many questers, some more informed than others, but to all of them, I say the same thing. Discovering the true nature of the cup is part of the quest itself. You must prove yourself worthy of knowledge. In broad terms, however, what you must know about the Martyr King is that he is dead. He was murdered, betrayed, and now his corpse lies beneath the most serene mausoleum. You are seeking his cup. He drank from it mere moments before he died. If you recover it, it will make you immortal. That, to anyone who's been paying attention to our actual adventures on our main captain that we just retired, should sound vastly familiar to a certain well play that we delved into. Ask the Queen for help finding the cup. And as this question, the bustling courtiers whisper to each other eagerly, and they withdraw, leaving you and the Queen momentarily alone. This is no longer rats, I'll note. They're courtiers. The minute to midnight. If you begin this quest, you'll be part of a very exclusive fellowship. There have been many questers for the cup before you. Some still search to this day. She pauses. For all, the first trial is the same. To acquire one of the minutes to midnight. And what is a minute to midnight? A sword of black iron, used to puncture the Martyr King's defenses before his death. To hide this crime, it was broken into innumerable fragments and dispersed on the winds. You only need one of these fragments. Your best hope is to take it by force from another quester. Where could you find a fellow quester? Someone whom you can challenge and hopefully win their fragments of an ancient sword. The first trial. You have the journal of a fellow quester in your possession, do you not? Perhaps he should serve as your first challenge. I sent the Chamberlain to prove his worth by battling a demon in the Brabazon workworld. Pursue him and challenge him for his sword. Travel to the Brabazon workworld and claim the Dismal Chamberlain's sword as your own. Oh. Oh? Swear fealty to the unseen queen. She hasn't asked for you to make an oath, but you have decided to do so nonetheless. A binding oath. The queen's hand flies to her throat when you kneel and make your pledge. She seems both surprised and pleased. If you truly wish to demonstrate your loyalty to me, my knight, I have but one plea. She raises her hand, catching the moonbeams that shine through the vaulted window. Do not turn your face from moonlight. Walk forever in lofty dreams of the world as it should be. You are slipping further and further into a world that no longer exists. You've gained one vision of the heavens. You have sworn fealty. Not leave the Queen's throne room. There's nothing left to discuss. And you have a quest to pursue. Also, you'll notice that's different, as they scurry about the Queen's throne with an air of serene purpose. That doesn't bite you back. Who knows? Who knows? I don't even know when I'll get back to this. I'll come back to this one day in like months or a year or so and be like, the fuck was I doing? And why the hell am I going crazy? Alright, let's see here. So, Brabazon Work World, it's asking me. And also I can make a delivery or two there and there, so... It's fine. What's the worst that could happen? She seemed pleased by it. And honestly, that could potentially be a hint on matters of how could maybe be failed. I must keep to the moonlight. Keep to the world as it should be. Interesting. Interesting. Anyways, let us go upon our horseback and sally forth. I mean, put our train into full speed and progress onwards. Meanwhile, I'm sure Narem is having a wonderful time back in the Neath, away from all the stars and madness and all this bullshit. Yay! I mean, sure, the Neath has plenty of crazy on its own, but, details. The Neath's craziness is a special sort of craziness. That's at least unique, eh? And technically has a quasi sort of immortality. I mean, you do die, but death is very difficult to take hold in the Neath. Last we left it, at least. So I can only but presume the same. Back to the sun. That's some words. Not about to argue. Except that the Clockwork Sun is really loud. Heaven, experience. And buy some fuel. Oh, there's a thing here. Fair enough. Munitions! Yes, and for your reward, you have gained explosives. Alright, this would technically be a quicker way over, so let's do that. Too late now. Too late now. Onwards! Da, 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 da. In our insanity, we press on forward. Into the night. Into the moonlight, more accurately. Another one of those that we're just gonna zoom back through. Also, and I just realized now, it's like, let's be fair, Cybershot, of all we've seen of this quest so far, what all have we seen so far isn't going to come back and bite us in the ass? Or just slipping into insanity. Everything is potentially going to be not pleasant. And potentially self-destructive. I'm gonna say, where does that show? Does that show anywhere here? Just all those qualities. No, it doesn't. Interesting. Laid him in the stone's grey grip, my love no more is he. Oh Albion, my Albion, I've no concern but thee. Alright, attending another funeral. Death's funeral. Excellent. Three. Oh, this decreases the strength of the sun. You know, I never realized that before. I never did realize that, actually. Yeah, good to know. Alright, so, Brabazon work world. Let's go. Have a lot of tiny asteroids we need to navigate, so let us be aware of that. Ah, a place I didn't discover before. Oh, what do you know? I mean, I'm not surprised. I didn't look over every tiny little thing. Hey, Tail Terror. Who knows, I might need one of those. The Tail Terrors. In the meantime, let's slowly go through Asteroid Land. Why I decided to pick that up in the first place. You know, for safety reasons. There's Storm That Speaks, just chilling right there. Hello again, Storm That Speaks. So if we keep to our right, we should be good. Ring-a-ding-a-ling, ring-a-ding-a-ling. Go upon to the work world we shall go. Doom, 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 doom. That's fine. I need to make a decision now on which side of this, so we go this way. Run Inventive Engineering Co. Okay, Bravsod. It's interesting I happen to be going this way. It's very, very interesting. I feel like Bravsod is a place you really get directed to much beforehand. Alright, there's probably, yep, there's a few more hours we can do here. Track down the Dismal Chamberlain. To find the Martyr King's Cup, you must win a sword from one of your fellow questers, and you know where the Chamberlain is staying. Moonlit Uplands. You follow the Queen's directions. You find your way to the street where the Chamberlain is staying. As you walk through rolling clouds of soot, the clamor and walls and noise fade away, one by one. Then the smog clears. You remember, how could you have forgotten, that you are a knight, riding your destrier up a narrow road on a barren, windswept hill. There are no stars tonight, but the moon seems to fill the sky. You're seeing what you really ought to be. You're slipping further and further into a world that no longer exists. The Dismal Night. Your foe is waiting atop the hill, sitting astride a destrier of his own. He is a knight in burnished armor, brandishing a sword with a red hilt and black blade. His latest conquest lays mangled at his feet. A demon with eyes burning coal and flayed skin. As the knight turns his horse, it tramples the demon's corpse. Have you come to challenge me for my sword? Demands the knight, his eyes gleaming coldly. Come then, you must take it blade first. Clear your mind. If this is a rural hillside, why does the air stink of smoke? Why can you half hear the distant clamor of an overcrowded city? I can doubt it's settled in your bones. It's fine. Oh hey, look where my irons is coming in handy here. You will defeat the knight fair and square in a duel that will be remembered in song. If you fail this challenge, you will fail the ambition. Charge! Clash. You ride past each other once, twice. On the second pass, your sword blow knocks him from the saddle. You jump from your horse to finish him off, but he parries your first strike and rises to his feet. Blades clang and flash, swift as steel snakes. A flock of ravens rise, startled from a nearby tree. Finally, your sword sinks home. The rival knight sinks to his knees, your blade thrust through the gap between pauldron and breastplate. Mercy! Cries the knight, and you realize you're holding not a sword, but a stick. The Dismal Chamberlain writhes at your feet, covered in swiftly purpling bruises. Slowly, slowly slipping away from our mind. Slowly, slowly slipping away from our mind. Slipping away indeed, indeed. A defeated knight. The dismal Chamberlain lies prostrate before you, coughing and retching. I will not give up, he snarls. I will find another minute to midnight, and I will continue undergoing the trials. My quest for the cup does not end here. Though covered in mud and bruises, and wearing filth-crusted rags, he somehow manages to convey an air of wounded dignity. Why was he pursuing the cup? The Chamberlain was one of the deathless, reprieved from mortality by a renewed majesty's grace. Why did he seek another form of immortality? Mine's out curiosity, grand ambitions. Do you think I was happy owing my existence to a tyrant? To someone who could confiscate my remaining life at her whim? Believe me, I have good reason for switching my allegiance to another queen. A greater queen by far. The Chamberlain smiles, his eyes dancing. Besides, the Martyr King's cup offers greater things than a mere lack of death. I've been studying it for years. At first, my interest was merely academic, spurred by the stain beneath my mausoleum. I never expected to become a quester, but every time I slept, I dreamed of moonlight. Pries the fountain pen from his twitching fingers. Is this really it? Is this a minute to midnight? A minute to midnight? You've seen in the moonlit world, says the Chamberlain, watching you like a hawk with a grudge. A black sword with a red hilt. That's one of the minutes to midnight. Like Her Highness, it just takes a different form over here. As you tuck the fountain pen in your pocket, a squad of burly men turn the corner, led by a muscle-bound overseer with a bandaged face. That's him, shouts the overseer, pointing at the fallen Chamberlain. Stabbed me right in the eye with a pen. Called me a demon, he did. Allow them to arrest the Chamberlain. He is a rival and he's sworn to reach the cup before you. That's in your best interest. Distract them long enough for the Chamberlain to escape. It doesn't seem sporting, somehow, to allow him to be arrested. You set upon the officers, making up a story about a murder scene halfway down the road. Despite the overseer's protests, they rush to investigate, giving the Chamberlain more than enough time to climb to his feet and stagger away. By the time you turn back, he is gone. Return to the unseen queen and present her with the minute to midnight. You've acquired a minute to midnight, making you a true quester for the Martyr King's cup. I mean, because, let's be fair, we do need to be... To be a knight is to be honorable, especially to your fellow knights. Also, I'll do this while I'm here, and stand election. Yay, you're an MP. Woo! Become a minister. You can now pass bills at the Parliament. I mean, we had 91% chance. I might as well have. Alright, back to London. Almost to level 17. We're also almost to 4 hours. Ugh, pardon me. Ugh. I will say, it's probably a good thing I'm having a slightly shorter stream if only because my throat has been feeling it a little bit more tonight. Probably because I am doing this back-to-back with a longer stream that I did for Persona 5, so... this works out. Oh, hi, you. Bugger off. Bugger off, knave! We don't bow down to anything but our queen. Yes, quite so. Clearly. And dubiously. Yeah, that's dumb. Our way, we stand tall. Our way back to the ministries to earn support rewards while we're here. More gratitude, more strength to the sun, more sovereigns. Let's just pick up an invitation to Perdurns. Never know when you might need one of those. Dun, 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 dun. I dread not. Momentarily eyeing it, it's like, you better not be what I think you are. What I fear you are, rather. Better not be guess. Horrible, nasty, terrible guess. Under London. Visit the Unseen Queen. She awaits you on her throne of rust. Oh, we lost our visions in silver. Well, it's already freed from death, huh? Let us get back our visions of this. Seeing what you ought to see. There we go. What exactly is this stain beneath marble? The Chamberlain's journal was recovered by your predecessor from a stained catacomb. An answer. The mausoleum was built atop a murdered sun, says the Unseen Queen. Is it any wonder that its foundations are corrupted? A killed human will leave bloodstains, but those are very different. Those can be cleansed. She avoids the question of moonlight. Present the Unseen Queen with the minute to midnight. A hard-won prize, wrestled from the hands of a quester, already freed from death. A true quester. You kneel before her throne, holding the black blade aloft. Her courtiers gasp. You are a true quester now, my knight, says the queen, but there are more trials ahead. You must retain your sight after sitting in the blindness throne, and you must recover the lost cloak of the lion, which can only be worn by a true knight. Yourself worthy of finding the cup. Proving your worth. The Unseen Queen has assigned you 2 tasks to prove you are worthy of the Martyr King's Cup. Travel to Polymer and Plenty's inconceivable circus, and prove you're worthy of the Martyr King's Cup by sitting upon the blindness throne, without losing your eyes. Ugh. Travel to Pan and prove you're worthy of the Martyr King's Cup by recovering the Cloak of the Lion. Learn more about the Blindness Throne, a throne that takes the eyes of those who sits upon it. The throne can be found at the inconceivable circus in the Reach, says the Unseen Queen. It is enchanted so that only a quester who is worthy of receiving the cup will be able to sit in it and keep their eyesight. Learn more about the Cloak of the Lion, a cloak which was lost. Its existence is only a legend, says the Queen, but it is said that it can only be worn by the quester who is destined to find the cup. If you can recover the cloak, you have proven that you are ready to pursue even greater treasures. Have a quest to pursue. Alright, so let us put that away. Alright, I think I can, well, say I'm en route to kind of polishing things up to end stream, but I'm curious, and thus why I'm going to do this. Let's go to the Reach and go to New Winchester. And at New Winchester... Yeah, at New Winchester, I want to see what officers might be available there. That is a curiosity I kind of want to see. So we've seen who we can re-snag at London. Let's see if there's anyone we re snag at New Winchester. Just to appease my curiosity, because I do want to know. Ah. Ding dong, ding dong. It shouldn't be too big of a deal to hop over to the Reach. Yeah, while we're traveling, I might as well sum up my thoughts upon this playthrough, as I usually do. But there's no credits to go through with this. Just back on into things. So, all in all, I can definitely say without a doubt, I enjoyed going through Sunless Skies again. Especially going through the Sovereign Edition, which definitely changed up a lot of things, and definitely some things for the better. Like, having engines is pretty cool, and having the speed up is also pretty fun. But the big thing, importantly, to note upon, especially for a game like this, is the stories. I had a blast exploring through the stories that I had previously not seen. Let's wait for this to go through. There's definitely some neat stories, some neat lore that I definitely never did during my initial playthrough of Sunless Skies so many years back. And I definitely enjoyed seeing all of those. Because, yeah, as Cyrus just said, the game is deep. The game is very deep. There's a lot to explore. A lot. And for the most part, I definitely did enjoy it. There is one caveat, and it is sort of the usual caveat that I'm sure I'm not the only one to have this opinion, but the Blue Kingdom. Compared to the other three zones of the Reach, Albion, and Uluthuria, the Blue Kingdom isn't quite up to the same standards, really. The Blue Kingdom feels fairly mediocre in comparison to the rest of the game. It has some interesting stories and such, but compared to the other three zones, compared to what you discover and see story-wise in there, it has so much less. It has so much less going for it, and it is also an extremely annoying zone. In its enemies, hello crocodile alligator motherfuckers that seem to outspeed me even at my fastest. And and the bureaucracy stuff is... No one likes dealing with bureaucracy. No one likes dealing with bureaucracy. Kavad spiders. Spiders aren't great either, but yeah. That's just a personal thing. I'm not gonna hold the game against a personal thing. But yeah, there's definitely some unfun enemies in the Blue Kingdom, and not as much to explore, see, and kind of delve into. And a lot of bureaucracy nonsense to actually see and go through stories that gets really, really old trying to bounce between different statuses and whatnot. It's a nightmare. It's an utter and complete nightmare. Report. We won't worry about the long passage. But yeah, overall, the really, really fun. It's definitely quite fun, quite enjoyable, and there is so much to it, and so much to it that I didn't show as well. Because if there's one thing that makes very note in this game, it's that you can go many different directions in it. There's choices everywhere, different routes, different things to explore, different ambitions you can do, like this one that we have briefly dived into. It's got good stuff going for it, and I am very, very happy to have gone through it, enjoyed all that I hadn't seen, re-enjoy what I had seen, and just delve into it at the fullest. And the truth ambition. Oh boy, the truth ambition. The truth ambition is so goddamn fun, so full of lore, so full of choices towards the very end, and I am very, very, very happy that one of its endings is just to go back to the Neath, where this all began, where you began in Sunless Sea, and where you return once more. And being a Zaylor background, it fits even more so. Also, hello, judicious driver. Happens to be at Port Prosper. I believe you'll find me a very safe pair of hands. Absolutely no excitement. The driver smiles. Maybe a little excitement. Allow the driver to join your crew. They are skilled and experienced. Ready. The driver boards, eager to get started. Don't worry about any stories you might have heard about train crashes. That was the old me. Yes, it was. Given that's one of the officers we already have, and we are currently using the hearts more than we need irons, but yes. You are here. And you art thou. Alright, let's go, New Winchester. Yeah, I am really glad I decided to pursue the truth ambition. It is definitely more difficult of the bunch. If you want to go, if you are playing Sunless Skies for the first time, the Sky story is definitely the best one of the bunch to delve into. It is a good starter one. It is a very good starter ambition to get yourself orientated and just to do various things, because this Sky story's progress, it does require a number of items, but on top of that, it doesn't require just items, it requires basically experiences, and that's just kind of doing things elsewhere in the game. And that's honestly a good thing. It encourages you to do the various stories you could do. But for someone more experienced like myself, it was fun to do the truth one. It was fun to do a story-based ambition. It was kind of one of my small minor regrets in my Sunless Sea playthrough, that I didn't end up doing a story-based ambition. Why? Because I expected to die because I was trying to do an Invictus token run. And so I just chose ambition wealth on the Kavad of, probably gonna die, but might as well just pick a simple ambition and see where things go from there. And then I somehow lived through the entirety with my Invictus token on my first captain without dying. And I still don't know how the fuck I did that. Like, I have no clue. So, I am really, really, really happy that I actually did a story-based ambition here in Sunless Skies. Made for a very fun experience. And like I said, that ending was perfect for me. It was absolutely perfect. So all in all, I'm glad I played through this again, and I really hope that y'all watching very much enjoyed your time just experiencing my adventures again through Sunless Skies. I had a good time. I hope y'all had a good time as well with it, because this has been a great playthrough. Just as I enjoyed my Sunless Sea replay through, this was a great replay through as well. It was very satisfying, and it was nice to have these comfort games of the Sunless series. But not just for myself, but just to show it off. The series of Sunless games are they're certainly a very niche game. A very niche kind of gameplay style of how it plays through, and just the whole combination of it. It's not a well-known games. It can probably be a very divisive games, but I'm glad I streamed them, and if I caught anyone's attention to just try it out on their own, to experience the worlds that there was here, then I'm happy to have shared the experiences and got you interested upon it. Recent news: skullduggery at Port Avon. Here's the Gazette are awash with scandal. Port Avon Parish Council complains of noises from local ruins at night. The prudent secretary is eager for any confirmation of tackety activity in the ruins. The injured veteran would also like someone to look into the matter, though not too hard, mind. Oh, that's kind of like the equivalent of the other deal. Okay, fair enough. Interestingly, there's no officers here. There are no officers that you can get from New Winchester. We found one at Port Prosper, the driver, but no one, it seems to be here. Huh. I guess they're definitely scattered out more than one would expect. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, now we know. Now we know. I'm doing this by habit. But with that, on that note, we are where we effectively began our playthrough of Sunless Skies. And while the true ending, the ending for Narem, went through the Avid Horizon and back to the Neath with the Earnest Mariner, here with this playthrough, we shall end sitting in New Winchester with Officer Araneth a little bit silvered in mind, to say the least. And with here, we call our playthrough of Sunless Skies. And thank you all so much for accompanying me through it. Next stream is this coming Tuesday, which shall be more Final Fantasy X-2 HD Remaster. Next after that is Thursday, which shall be more Troubleshooter, Abandoned Children. And like I promise I'll do DLC story. I swear, it won't be grinding and looking at mastery boards. Completely. For all of it. I'll try to get story progress in. I promise. I swear. I swear. After that, Saturday for more Persona 5 Royal. And oh, I'll be looking forward to doing more of that game. That's gonna be a trip. And after that, next Sunday, which will feel weird not having a Sunless game on it, but current plans stand that next Sunday will likely be the start of a new game, Resident Evil 4. My first Resident Evil game. It shall be an interesting experience. And whether I see y'all next stream, our next Sunday stream for the new game that I will be playing, or whenever I next see you, I hope y'all have a good one. I hope y'all take care. And I hope y'all enjoy. And until next we see each other, may you have a good day, evening, morning, whenever time zone it may be. And I hope you continue to spread kindness and joy wherever y'all can. For it is the least we can do to help make the world a better place. That is within our power to do so. Thank you all so much for tagging me along for this journey, and I hope to see you along for the next journey. Take care. Have a good one, folks. Cheers. See you next time.